Well, not 24 hours later, and we are right back here on JumboCast for Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Bowdoin College Polar Bears and the home Tufts Jumbos. Once again, I am Jordan Burke. Today we'll be joined by none other than JumboCast President Andrew Howe on the mic for Game number 2. Yesterday, Tufts ended up taking the win, winning 8-5, and with some late inning runs that came off of the side of Bowdoin, they've decided to run it back. It's both teams running with the exact same lineup with the, of course, change of the pitchers. It's kind of hard in baseball to throw the same guy out there for consecutive starts in back-to-back days. So while all of the field players will be the same, today it's going to be a pitching matchup between Jack Mullen and Lucas Gustafson, going to start for the Jumbos. He's found himself in an opener's role for today, typically a relief pitcher, but he'll get the start on this lovely Saturday evening, afternoon. Not quite sure what the correct thing is, although now that I say it, I'm pretty sure it's afternoon.
It's technically morning right now, Jordan. It's 11:59 a.m. as we are going live here from Saul Goodman Park, but we'll be getting into the evening, as of course this is a doubleheader. I believe this first game is a 7-inning one, and then we'll be playing the second one for 9. Jumbo's taking the field right now. They are looking very strong. I believe they are at a strong record, undefeated still in conference play. Bowdoin's trying to get back onto the winning side and back onto the winning record in the NESCAC, as they currently sit at 2-2.
Yeah, undefeated in conference play are the Jumbos, but also undefeated at home. On your screen, you guys should soon be seeing, that's right, lineup cards. We've brought back all of our fancy-dancy graphics that we have here at JumboCast. So on the left side of your screen, you'll see the Polar Bear lineup. They're going to be starting off with the center fielder, Ben McKenzie, followed by Steven Simos, CJ Brito Trinidad, Murray going to have that cleanup spot yet again, Peckler, the right fielder. He had that monster 3-run home run yesterday. Luke Chessie, who had some flashy defensive showings in yesterday's game, going to be batting 6th as my papers are flying away from me because it is windy. 1 second as I gather all of my resources yet again. The switch-hitting DH, Lucas Chai, going to be batting 7th. 8th will be the first baseman, Nick Merrill, and Liam Foley going to round things out. For the Jumbos, they're running back the exact same order they had yesterday, both on the field and in the lineup. So you'll see, basically the same names as yesterday. The first baseman, Flavin, second baseman, Jesse McCullough, Ozzie Fleischer at short, Patrick Solomon at third, Connor Bowman doing God's work behind the dish, Lucas Gustafson on the mound to open this one up. Todd Stowicki, the DH, that's why he's slightly off the screen and not quite in a field position. And the outfielders from left to right, Ben Leonard, Henry Fleckner, and Jimmy Evans.
Yeah, it's been an offensive and defensive alignment that's actually worked well for the Jumbos so far, Jordan. I mean, obviously, with some of the offensive struggles that the Jumbos were facing with some of their players over the past few games, some change maybe was felt that it was needed, and I think somebody like Jesse McCullough coming in actually has provided a bit of a spark so far. 4 for 12 in the at-bats that he's had so far this year, and so having him in the lineup and having Fleckner play a good center field as well has been something that the Jumbos clearly are happy with.
Leadoff hitter for the Polar Bears, center fielder Ben McKenzie, going to come up to bat. His last at-bat in yesterday's game, he did hit a solo shot in the top of the 8th. Lucas Gustafson's first pitch, low and good for a ball.
We're not expecting to see Gustafson go out there for more than a couple of innings. With the bullpen day, obviously, good time to get a lot of the relievers some run here, which honestly have been a good part so far this year.
Fouled at the plate by McKenzie. Count now going to even up at 1s. Gustafson, as you said, Andrew, don't expect him to have a full start so much as being in that opener position. He has 6 2/3 inning pitched on the year, so highly unlikely that we see him get much more than 3 innings maximum, if even that much. Third pitch going to be low for a ball. Gustafson does have an outstanding 1.35 ERA. So he's doing a great job on the mound so far this season as he rips in a strike to even the count at 2-2. Gustafson, of course, coming off of a Tommy John season where he was not pitching last season. He had 1 at-bat as he gets McKenzie swinging. First strikeout of the day for the Jumbos.
Just really good work there. You can see Gustafson attacking the lower half of the zone and really paying off. A swing and a miss there to open things up for Mackenzie.
The catcher, Steven Simos, the batter now. His first time up, hit a solo shot to give the Polar Bears an early 1-0 lead. Almost looked like he was going to bunt there, pulled it back. Nothing's going to happen there. 1 for 4 on the day yesterday was Simos. Had that home run to open up the scoring of game 1 of the 3-game set, and then had 2 groundouts and a flyout. That one going to be grounded foul.
Simos had a great year in 2022. Was named All-NESCAC first team, a 1.065 OPS, and honestly has kept up the offensive production, at least to a degree, so far this season, hitting 281, entering today's game, and of course had that lead first inning home run, as you mentioned, off of Connor Kinney, which is definitely not an easy task.
Count even at ones, lefty to lefty matchup. Gustafson going with the breaking pitch high, trying to get that to drop into the upper part of the zone. Not enough break, however. 2-1 now. Not quite often that we've seen a lefty v lefty matchup.
And a lot of righties here in the NESCAC for sure.
That one going to be ripped into right field and down. Evans going to cut that one off, but Simos will find himself on first. First inning hits running in for Steven Simos.
Simos off and running once again in his first at-bat of the day. Nice piece of hitting, pulled that one over to right field and gets the Polar Bears an early base runner, which we saw them capitalize on a little bit last game.
And the later innings of yesterday's game, the hits started to pour in for the Polar Bears. The bats came alive and they started to put on runs. Burrito Trinidad hitting one well out into right center. Fleckner going back and making the catch at the warning track. Bobbled the throw back in. Simos was about to round second, thinking that one wasn't going to be grabbed. Great grab out in right center by the Henry Fleckner.
Hey, looks like center field works all right for him, Jordan. What do you think?
I think he looks at home there. It's not quite, second base, which he had been playing pretty much up until a week ago. But now they've stuck him in center field, and he's looked pretty solid. That was certainly impressive. Left fielder Kevin Murray, the batter.
A lot of the time, center field is regarded as one of the more difficult positions to play on the diamond. But Fleckner has the speed. He steals a lot of bags, and so definitely capable of getting out there to shag some fly balls.
Murray's going to foul that one back into the parking lot and miss a car.
Are we going to bring back our car roulette game? It's a crowded day here at Gittleman. The Bowdoin and Tufts bleachers nearly full on both sides.
Well, of course, it is senior day for the Jumbos. However, nothing will be done until later on in the afternoon. After game number 2 will be the ceremony for the seniors. So you do have a higher crowd because of that. It's also Saturday, so you don't have anyone with, afternoon classes like there were yesterday. Foul by Murray. Simos looking to run, but foul ball means that is invalid.
Yeah, Simos, of course, the catcher, not necessarily a position known for its speed, but he's able to get those wheels on and go. Has 2 stolen bases on the year, had 9 in his all NESCAC campaign last season.
1-2 from Gustafson. Hit sharply to the second baseman McCullough. He'll throw it over to Flavin for out number 3. Polar Bears able to get a hit off of Steven Simos with a lovely pull shot into right field in order to open up the hit parade of game number 1. Of course, game number 1 going to be 7 innings. No runs scored for the Polar Bears. Jumbo's going to come up to bat. See you in a sec. Hello and welcome back for bottom of the first. On your screen, you should begin to see the inverse of the previous graphic that we had. Tufts lineup coming in, as well as the defensive arrangement for the Polar Bears. We'll start with the defensive arrangement. Polar Bears going to be sending out Jack Mullen on the mound today. Aside from that, the only other switch is on that left side of the infield. Brito Trinidad, who was playing shortstop yesterday, did have a couple of errors, so he's now been moved to the hot corner playing third. And Liam Foley, the third baseman from yesterday's game, has moved over to short. In terms of the lineup for the Jumbos, exactly the same as they ran with yesterday. No changes defensively, no changes within the lineup. They did manage to, put up an 8 spot on the collective game. So when you are having that good of an offensive production, there really isn't a reason to swap anything up.
We know that Coach Thagis has been experimenting a little bit over these past couple of games as the Jumbos looking to find some momentum offensively. Obviously, that game against MIT, 20-1, a good sight for them just a couple of weeks ago, and I think another 8-run game off against Bowdoin, against one of the best pitchers in the NESCAC as well, was a really good confidence booster for them. And so running the same lineup out once more hopefully means that signs continue to go well. Of course, baseball is a game of runs and having good spurts of time, and I think right now the Jumbos in a good position.
Henry Fleckner going to lead things off for the Jumbos this afternoon. Will be matched up against Jack Mullen, the other true starting pitcher that the Polar Bears do have. He's had a very nice season himself, 2.42 ERA, 5-0 record in the 26 innings that he's pitched, 28 strikeouts to the 8 walks that he has issued, and batters against him only posting up at the Mendoza line that 200 batting average.
Yeah, and Mullen, even when you compare his stats to last year, an improvement for sure. Looking really, really good this season. You take a look at his stats, and from 2022, 5.25 ERA. Obviously, the NESCAC is a league that offense tends to go ahead of defense a little bit, but not terrible numbers all things considered, but really has stepped it up this year.
Fleckner's taken the first 3 pitches that he's seen, finds himself ahead 2-1 in the count. (2-1) fouled off into right field. Waiting for it. Yesterday, Andrew, I don't know if you heard this, but they started playing whenever a foul ball went into the parking lot or behind the fence, a glass shattering sound.
Oh, that can't feel good.
Oh,
if you're a car owner in the stands and you hear that glass shattering sound, I feel like that just gives some bad vibes.
Well, the interesting thing was they didn't play it when the ball hit the windshield. That one's going to be grounded over to the second baseman, Chessie. He'll throw it over to, Merrill. I was a little confused myself. There's a Murray, a Merrill, and a Mullen. All very similar names. But Nick Merrill is the first baseman. Safely retrieving that one to record the first out.
It seems like these NESCAC teams, Jordan, they just like to have a lot of their rosters just enjoy having players with very similar names. We take a look at Tufts, Connor Bowman, Connor Flavin, Connor Davidson, Connor Padeswa. And then over here, when you look at the pitching staff for the Polar Bears, some people that we might be expecting to see today: Jack Mullen, and then Jake Sullivan and Jacob Warren. So take that as you will.
Jesse McCullough has swung at the first 2 pitches he's been issued. That last one, foul tipping, but regardless, 2 swings came up empty. He's behind 0-2. That one well above his head.
McCullough, of course, this newer addition to the Jumbo lineup, has, again, had a very solid season when he's been out there.
1-2 low. Count even 2-2 to the Jumbo second baseman.
And having him at the top of this lineup makes a lot of sense as well. Has been able to put bat on ball and make contact against UMass Boston. Had the first RBI of what was a very close game.
McCullough going to foul off another one. We'll do 2-2 again.
And if
that one going to miss everything, go all the way back to the back wall. And after being behind 0-2, McCullough has worked the count full. Payoff pitch from Mullen. Ripped into left center field. Going over is the left fielder, Murray. He's not going to get that. That one's going to go almost back to the wall. Collision between the outfielders, and McCullough's going to turn for third. He's being held at third, and after the collision between the center fielder, Ben McKenzie, and the left fielder, Kevin Murray, ball was lost, and McCullough was able to turn on the Jets around second. Probably would have had a double had that collision not happened, but now the first run of the day for the Jumbos is just 90 feet away as Jimmy Evans steps into bat.
I mean, first of all, what a piece of hitting from McCullough. Getting a real good piece of barrel on that one and sending it into left center gap. A little bit of an unfortunate collision right there between the outfielders. It kind of just happened. You know, they both wanted that to go for that play. But now a fly ball from Jimmy Evans could certainly put a run on the board.
In yesterday's game, Evans did have almost a cycle, had a home run, a double, and a single. Of course, that double was mere inches away from being his second home run of the game. So Evans, who has had Bowdoin's number so far in the series, now with the potential to start the scoring. Grounds that one foul, just past the line.
I mean, he was Jimmy Evans yesterday, just a triple shy of the cycle. He went 3 for 5, home run, single, and a double, contributing on all assets of the offensive end.
1-1 the count to the jumbo right fielder. He's going to swing. This one's going to stay fair, however. Coming home is McCullough, so on the ground out from Evans, the 3U, Jesse McCullough will come home, and the Jumbos have opened up the scoring and find themselves with an early 1-0 lead. First baseman Connor Flavin going to step into bat now. Flavin, rough day at the plate yesterday, went 0 for 5, had a couple of strikeouts. He's looking to bounce back from yesterday's performance. Thought about swinging, ultimately does not. Called ball. Second pitch, high. 2-0 now the count. Foul back by Flavin. Flavin is having himself a statistically better year than what the Jumbos have going on. As a team, the Jumbos are hitting around 250. Flavin, entering this weekend, was hitting 271 with an 852 OPS, 3 home runs to his name to lead the team.
It's been a very solid season overall offensively for Connor Flavin. Of course, the captain missed a little bit of time at the beginning of the season, but coming back strong at that first base spot. But if you take a look a little bit deeper, it's been a very streaky set of appearances for Flavin. Started the year off super hot, 4-game hit streak, 7 for 15. Then went 0 for 10, and then back now, and then he came back to Medford and was 7 for 19. Once again, kind of searching for it, but I think this is a really good opportunity against the Bowdoin pitching staff.
3-2 pitch, taken ball 4, and that will be the first walk of the series. Yesterday's game under 2 hours, largely in part to the fact that neither pitcher had issued a walk, or neither team had issued a walk, as there were more than 2 pitchers, and I believe neither implies 2. Regardless, first walk of the series, Connor Flavin going to find himself on the bases for the first time of the matchup between the Jumbos and the Polar Bears. That'll bring up the DH, Todd Stowicki, with 1 on, 2 away. Stowicki swinging first pitch. Saw a lot of that yesterday as well. That one's fouled off.
What an odd game that was yesterday, Jordan. I took a look at the numbers again. 101 total pitches from the Jumbos in their win. And that was a game where 5 runs were given up by the staff. I mean, not really something you see every day. Under 2 hours for a 9-inning game.
If I remember correctly, all 3 Bowdoin home runs were on the first pitch. Flavin running, hit and run called for. Good pickup by Merrill, diving and sitting on top of the bag for out number 3. Stowicki pulling that one right to the man he didn't want to give it to. The first baseman, only position where the force play could have happened. as Connor Flavin had taken off trying for that hit and run. Ground out. Going to end the inning, but not before the Jumbos managed to put up a run thanks to Jesse McCullough and his second batter triple. Jumbos now with the 1-0 lead. Lucas Gustafson going to go back out on the mound for the top of the second. We'll be right back. Top of the second down at Saul Gittleman Park. It'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up for the Polar Bears, Peckler, Chessie, and Chai. Peckler yesterday did have the monster 3-run home run to put Bowdoin right back into the swing of things. No pun intended.
One swing, cut that deficit right in half.
First pitch he sees swinging. Fouls that one off behind 0-1. Peckler has had one hell of a season. He doesn't yet have the at-bat requirement to, be, quote, statistically relevant, but
he's been statistically relevant, all right.
Yeah, exactly where I was going with it. A .410 batting average in the limited at-bats that he's had, 3 triples to leave the team, and he's been making solid contact all along. Fleckner tracking back to the wall. This one's seemingly in play, though. He'll grab that one for out number 1.
I mean, just another look here at Peckler. 17 hits on the season, 11 of them are for extra bases, including that home run that he had yesterday. So has a lot of power. You saw right there. Maybe just got a little under the ball, which allowed for Fleckner to collect it just shy of the warning track. But one away here for the Polar Bears.
Second baseman Luke Chessie going to step in. .262 batting average on the year. 6 doubles and 2 home runs. First pitch swinging, as seemingly a lot of these Polar Bear players are today. Comes up empty on that one, just a foul. Yesterday's game, Chessie did have a double. Went 1 for 4 with a couple of nice flyouts as well. He's been making very solid contact against the Jumbos this series. One the count to Chessie. He's going to swing. That one's going to be ripped foul. Going way back into the new batting cages that the Jumbos have had built in Saul Gittleman Park. One, two, going to be hit down the right field line. Evans tracking over, and I have lost sight of it, but it seems as if it has gone out of play. Yep, Chessie's going to walk back in, so Evans ran out of room, must have gone out of play. So we'll do 1-2 again. This one going to be grounded to the shortstop. Fleischer reels that one in, takes his time, throw over to get Chessie, and that'll be out number 2. And now I get to talk about the switch hitter coming up, Lucas Chai. In yesterday's game, faced 2 right-handed pitchers from the Jumbos, so only got to take some swings from the left side of the plate. He looked solid in that appearance, did have a couple of nice contacts, including his last time up where he drove one out to left field that Ben Leonard just barely got to. Now we'll get to see what he's got from the right-handed batter's box. Swinging first pitch, coming up empty behind 0-1.
Yeah, we don't often see switch hitters here at this level of play, but Chai's been an excellent offensive weapon so far this season, and is in that backup catcher role, but also will get all the time at DH because of how hot that bat has been so far.
Finds himself behind 0-2 right now to Gustafson. Chai on the season hitting about 400 coming into the weekend. Also has 3 walks, which is rather high considering that the Bowdoin lineup does not walk a whole lot. They're outwalked by the Jumbos 108 now after the walk to Flavin to 60.
Walks and stolen bases have been something Tufts has really prioritized this season. They are leading a lot of categories in those numbers.
2-2 just fouled off. That one went back into the netting and knocked over a coffee that was sitting on the ledge. Feel sorry for that fan.
You think you're safe.
They've lost their caffeine for the day.
You think you're safe behind that netting, but never are.
2-2 gonna bounce into Chai. That'll be his 5th hit by pitch of the year. And the Polar Bears will find themselves with a 2-out base runner as the first baseman Nick Merrill steps into bat.
I didn't realize that if the pitch hits the ground and then hits you, it still counts as a hit by pitch.
Well, if the pitch can bounce and then be swung on and driven for a home run, I have to imagine it would still count.
I suppose so.
Shout out Vladimir Guerrero getting that one done. Merrill, first pitch swinging. That one ripped into left center field. Cutting over is Fleckner, and he'll get there in time to reel that one in for out number 3. Polar Bears get another base runner, but excellent speed in center by Fleckner to take away another potential extra base hit from the Polar Bear will preserve the Jumbo lead at 1-0 as we head into the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second of what will be a 7-inning game 1 of the doubleheader. Jumbos lead 1-0. They're going to be sending up what I believe to be their 6, 7, and 8 hitters. That'll be Ben Leonard, Connor Bowman, and Patrick Solomon. Leonard had himself a lovely game yesterday. Went 3 for 4 with 3 base hits, scored 2 runs. Also reached on an E6 in his last appearance, so yet to not get on the bases in this series. Taking a hack at that one, fouled off into the Jumbo bullpen.
I'd like to apologize really quickly. We've lost access to our center field camera. We're working to get that back, but for now we have some of these alternate angles to provide you.
1-1, good at the knees for a strike. Maybe after seeing some sharp hit balls, Mullen believing that the Polar Bears are yet to be out of this one. That one ripped down the line, and that's going to be foul. Had the distance to get over the fence, but not the angle to stay in the field of play.
Leonard had a great game yesterday, 3 for 4 against Bowdoin. In a different spot of the lineup than he was at the start of the year, but hopefully he can stay hot as NESCAC play continues to heat up.
1-2 pitch going to be outside for a ball. As you mentioned, Andrew, Ben Leonard had been that leadoff hitter for a while for the Jumbos, and had they ran with this lineup earlier on in the season, he wouldn't have been the man up to have his walk-off hit by pitch.
That is true.
Count now full to the Jumbo left fielder. One walk has been issued by Mullen today, trying to avoid a second. Leonard turning on that one, pulling it foul. Full count. Of course, you have to defend the plate with 2 strikes. Anything that might be close, gotta swing.
A lot of lefties in this Jumbo lineup, and some people like Leonard and Evans, like having the power to send things over that right field wall. The wind playing a factor yesterday and getting some balls over that right side. A lot of homers in that first game.
3-2 again, this one in play. Drifting out into no man's land is Chessie, but in from right field comes Peckler. He'll grab that one, and Ben Leonard will be retired. F9 on the scorecard, and that'll bring up the catcher, Connor Bowman. Yesterday's game, Bowman reached base twice, had an RBI single where he later came around to score. Also was hit by a pitch. Dropped a sac bunt in there as well, so had himself an eventful day at the plate. Now matched up against Jack Mullen, who will issue a first pitch ball.
Bowman once again having a very solid offensive season, but I think he'd be the first to admit the big strength in his game has been behind the dish on the defensive end. You take a look at some of the stats, leading the NESCAC by such a large margin, 14 runners caught stealing on his watch. And although Bowdoin is not a team that likes to be too aggressive on the base paths, you have to imagine that it plays a factor in how they would decide to play this game.
Bowman continuing to take 2-1 the count to him. As you mentioned, Andrew, Bowdoin not super aggressive on the base paths. Got to wonder if you become even more dissuade from attempting a stolen base when that catcher is Connor Bowman. Of course, no team more adept at stealing bases than the Jumbos. Of course, Bates does have over 100. High breaking pitch going to get Bowman swinging. He'll go down to the strikeout. That'll be the first one of the day for Jack Mullen. Has himself quick 2 outs here as the Jumbo third baseman Patrick Solomon will step in. As I was saying, Bates has attempted over 120 stolen bases. Not 100% sure what the record is on that, but I think statistically, in order for it to match up with what the Jumbos have being 72 for 88, they would have to be around 105 successful stolen bases in order to have a comparable percentage.
They're at 103 right now, so it's a comparable margin, but, I mean, either way. Bates, of course, stealing so much. 121 attempts, stealing 100 bases through just 22 games of the season. It means around 5 per game and 6 attempts per game. You're lucky to have a game where you have that many base runners on, let alone people that go and attempt some steals. So
Mullen issuing a lot of competitive pitches. Some of those, setup pitches where it's a fastball that's not quite in the zone to set up some sort of a breaking pitch on the inside. As that's exactly what he goes for there. Nice little slider. Coming back in to issue a strike, even the count up at 2s against Solomon. Looking for the first 1-2-3 inning of the game. The count has now run full to Solomon. Payoff pitch from Mullen. Fouled off at the plate. We'll do it again.
See Solomon a pesky at bat all the time, whether he's at the top of the order or down here towards the bottom. Never will go down without a fight. Has 9 walks on the year.
3-2 part 2. Mullen to Solomon. Pitch high for a ball. Second walk of the day by Mullen.
And you can get Solomon up into the double-digit marks that way in terms of walks as well. That's his 10th on the season. And now that the Jumbos have a base runner on, Ozzie Fleischer, one of the better contact bats here in the NESCAC, I would not be surprised to see Solomon go for one of those certified Jumbo stolen bases. Has 18 so far on the year.
18 to lead the Jumbos, 18 for 21. They're going to check in on Solomon, of course, as we highlight the stolen base threat. I'm going to have to check in there. The 18 stolen bases that Solomon has, Andrew, equal to the total amount of stolen bases that Bowdoin has on the season. Checking in again. Solomon, not with a huge lead, but when you do have the speed that he does, you don't need a whole lot of extra steps in order to get to the bases on time. Solomon not going on the first pitch. Fleischer taking for a strike. Yesterday's bout, Ozzie Fleischer had an RBI single his first time up, scored runs twice, reached twice, as he was also hit by a pitch. Check in for a third time on Solomon. He's safe. Almost got him that time. But the Jumbo third baseman gets back in. Now, in the MLB, had that not been a pickoff attempt, that would have been issued a balk, and the Jumbos would have a runner in scoring position. However, down here in Division III, we're running with good old-fashioned, original, gritty baseball where there are no limit to the amount of times that you can pick off a batter nor step off the mound. No pitch clock either, so everyone can take their time and be as prepared as possible. Solomon running, Fleischer swinging. That one's going to go into right field. With Solomon running, he'll be able to round second, turn into third, held up there. Peckler going to get that one in, dissuade anyone from advancing, trying anything further. But now, runners on the corners, 2 outs for the Jumbos. Henry Fleckner, now the batter. And Andrew, with runners on the corners, we saw it yesterday. The Jumbos love to double steal. Are we going to see that again? I don't know. But was seen yesterday, and the Jumbos do like to attempt it a lot. Of course, the logistics behind the double steal is you have the runner on first advance to second, and that puts the catcher in a precarious position. If the catcher elects to throw down, then the runner on third will attempt to come home, if which would usually bring in the run. Of course, that runner just needs to get home before the runner coming home would need to reach home safely before the runner advancing to second is tagged out. So you also have the potential to get caught in a rundown such that Fleischer can be tagged out, but the run would count anyway. So far, though, on the one pitch that has been issued to the Jumbo center fielder, who's had some pretty flashy defense in this series, but yet to record a hit, Jumbos are not looking for that double steal. Right now, Fleischer going to come over, and because of the throw, Solomon going to come back in. The throw was not on target at all, drifting off into left field, and Fleischer will find himself on third. Again, the double steal coming in for the Jumbos, and after yesterday's struggles dealing with that, Simo still electing to throw down to second with similar results. The throw down brings the runner from third to come home, and yet again the Jumbos have manufactured another run for themselves and now have 2 outs still and a runner 90 feet away to bring in what would be the potential third run of the game for the Jumbos. Count 1-1 to Fleckner. Swinging that one, hit high into shallow center field. Coming in is McKenzie. He'll bring that one in for out number 3. So Fleischer will be stranded at third, but yet again, the Jumbos using the speed that they have all throughout their lineup to manufacture another run via the double steal. Jumbo lead advances to 2. They did throw another hit up on that board. Bowdoin needing to bring in some offense. Still low scoring, so definitely still in this one for sure, especially after the late inning work that we saw yesterday. Seems like Lucas Gustafson's going to go back out for a third inning. And we'll see what the Polar Bears bring to the table in the top of the third. Be back momentarily. Top of the third, Jumbos lead 2-0. It'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters due up for the Polar Bears. The shortstop, for today, Liam Foley, going to start things off as Lucas Gustafson looks to get his third inning of work going. First pitch he issues in there for a strike. Yesterday's game, Foley 0 for 3, so he's still looking for his first hit of the series. That one going to be grounded. Fleischer diving. It'll get past him. So right on cue, Foley, who was due as he is hitting at about 250, so statistically 1 for 4, finds the opening between Solomon and Fleischer, both diving, and he'll have a no-out base runner for the Polar Bears, meaning while he's on the base pads, any runner who comes up, batter, who comes up to bat does represent the tying run of the game. First pitch swinging is the center fielder, Ben McKenzie. Ended at the bottom of the second, stranding Ozzie Fleischer. Stranding Ozzie Fleischer at third. McKenzie, of course, did have a home run yesterday. So with that power, could tie things up with one swing.
How are we doing, Jordan?
No, Andrew, doing pretty good. How's the center field camera?
It's good. I am doing a bit of a dual job today, providing some color and also working the ones and twos behind the dish. So had to resolve a couple technical difficulties. Hopefully the center field camera is working a little bit better now, and you can get the highest quality broadcast to your screens between two competitive teams here in the NESCAC.
I was going to wait a moment to shout you out there. Swing and a miss, but down over. Oh, hitting the runner. Wow. Foley going for the steal, running on Connor Bowman and getting in the way of the ball. Because that hits the runner, no attempt at a tag can be made. Stolen base for Foley.
Take a look at this stolen base attempt right here. See Bowman, just such quick pop off of the mound over to second base, and just a throw kind of colliding there between McCullough and the base runner there. So a little bit unfortunate, but it is maybe a rare case where Bowman allows a runner to steal.
Well, now no outs and a runner in scoring position. As I say that, McKenzie going down swinging again. Second time today he's struck out. 1 out, still a runner in scoring position for the Polar Bears, as the batter stepping in will be the catcher, Steven Simos. Hit a base hit his last time up.
Gustafson has done a really good job at just focusing on the batter at hand and getting the job done. We can see some action in the bullpen for the Jumbos right now, but I don't expect him to be pulled before this inning at the very least, although he has been performing very well, but just hasn't been stretched out to like that starter's role. So a solid performance this would be if he's able to get out of this third inning unscathed.
1-0, Simos ahead in the count. Takes the second pitch he's offered for another ball. They said Andrew Gustafson, not quite a starter. They are trying to lengthen him out so he can be more of an opener, but when you are that, typical relief pitcher, you never really want to get through more than 2 times through the batting order. Plus, they do have Cameron Mayer on the pitching staff, who has been very solid as a starting pitcher, but they have started to move him into the bullpen. That one just off of the infield grass. Fleischer will bring that in for out number 2. And it is Cameron Mayer who was throwing a little bit in the bullpen, so would not be surprised if he does come in to relieve Lucas Gustafson and is used in that long reliever position, trying to give 4, maybe even 5 innings of relief, just not quite at the beginning of the game. Third baseman C.J. Brito Trinidad going to bat now. He flew out to center field his last time up. Good piece of contact, but not enough to muscle it out. That went all the way back to the warning track, but just short. It is an even 400 to dead center, so more in that right center gap where the ball was hit, probably around 370, I would estimate. And ball was hit about 365. 0-1, Gustafson's pitch is taken for a ball. Runner Foley still sitting on second, waiting to be batted in. Of course, he was there with no outs, so presumably any ground ball would have advanced the runner to third and brought the game a little bit closer. But now with 2 outs, the ball needs to not only be in play, but it needs to not be caught by a jumbo in order for that runner to come home. With 2 outs, any contact, running, even if it is a foul ball. So if there is some sort of a grounder that just gets past the infield, with the way that Foley has speed plus the fact that it is 2 outs and he will be in motion, have to imagine he'll be waved around third and attempt to come home. That one going to bounce into Burrito Trinidad, and that'll be the second time today where a bounced ball has hit a Polar Bear batter, and they will get on the bases. So now 2 on and 2 out. Kevin Murray going to step into bat. On the season, Kevin Murray does have 15 RBIs, which coming into the weekend did lead the Polar Bears. First pitch to him is going to be outside for a ball.
And now a real threat, for the Polar Bears to maybe strike here. Of course, there are 2 outs, but you have a really strong part of your lineup coming up. Murray, followed by Peckler, 2 power bats, 2 of the best hitters in your lineup.
That one ripped hard and deep into center field. Fleckner's going back to the wall, but he's going to watch it sail, and it's gone. 3-run shot for Kevin Murray. After falling behind 2-0, a hit by pitch will put on the tying run and bringing the batter up in Murray as the go-ahead run, and the Polar Bears now take a 3-2 lead. What a shot.
Maybe a reverse commentator jinx, I should say there, but wow, what a shot out of Murray. We know that he's capable of just really hammering the ball with such high levels of power. Of course, that's his 3rd home run on the season. Now has 18 RBIs to go with it as well. There's a reason why this sophomore is in the heart of the order, and you just saw it right there.
This one hit nice into left field. Leonard going to go over and grab that one, though, for out number 3. And as we were talking about it, Andrew, I was saying 15 RBIs, which coming into the weekend did lead the team. He was tied with Chessie. Chessie, I believe, also had an RBI yesterday in his double. I stand corrected. So he actually still was tied for the lead in RBIs on his team. But he didn't want to keep that at a tie. No beautiful swing coming out from the left fielder, Kevin Murray, to deep center field. That one gone pretty much off the bat. Needed no win at all in order to carry out for a nice 3-run home run, putting Bowdoin up 3-2, 3 runs on 3 hits. First time that the Polar Bears are going to be working with a lead. We'll see if Mullen is able to preserve that as the Jumbos come up to bat in the bottom of the 3rd. Bottom of the 3rd, first time in the game and a half, because this is a 7-inning game, where the Jumbos will be batting from behind. First time that the Polar Bears have had a lead, but the bats are hot. The bats are rolling. If you look all the way back into the later innings of yesterday's game, 3 home runs coming off of Polar Bear bats, and right there, number 4 with statement, 434 feet out into left center. That one's a good piece of hitting going out as well. Back against the walls, McKenzie, he'll make the catch on the warning track. Jesse McCullough, who had a triple his last time up, not able to muscle that one out to tie things up just shy. Good track down by McKenzie in left center to bring that one in for the first out of the inning for the Polar Bears.
You wonder if McCullough was wishing that maybe some of that wind from yesterday was back here today. Maybe a little bit extra distance on that, and almost sailed out for what would have been his second extra base hit of the day.
We can see, Andrew, I'm not quite sure whether or not it is able to make it onto the screen. It is that long white flagpole that you see that is looking pretty slender is because of the fact that the American flag is not waving. There is next to no wind out here right now. Every single ball that is hit into the air is carrying based off of the force that is put into it. No additional physics needed.
And let me tell you, that's a rare sight here on the campus of Tufts University. We're, always elevated. There's a lot of hills here throughout the campus, and you typically see wind gusts that are incredibly strong.
Evans going to ground this one, playing into the shift. Foley just able to get there. Throw is in time to get Evans, who takes a quick tumble over the bags. He seems okay, though. Saw the same thing happening yesterday against Evans, where the second baseman, Chessie, has been over-shifting. However, the shortstop not coming to the right side of the bag, just playing right off of the left side, which effectively closes up the middle of the field if a ground ball is to go that way. So Foley playing perfect positioning in order to pick up that grounder. Now seeing the reverse shift come in against Connor Flavin. 3 defenders for the Polar Bears on that third base side. So expecting Flavin to pull. It's in these positions where I always would like to see some batters try and lay down a bunt against the shift. The only person who could attempt to make a play if it is dragged to the first base side would be the first baseman, Merrill, in which case he would need to get the ball, spin around, and hope that Mullen is on first base to get the force out.
With this, there's now a couple of things that are, legal in college baseball and illegal at the professional level, one of which, of course, obviously is the metal bats. But now, having three infielders on one side, not allowed anymore in the bigs, but you can see that they still enjoy trying to capitalize on some of the tendencies that some of these collegiate players tend to possess.
Flavin ahead 3-1 in the count. Will be issued ball 4 yet again. Second walk of the day for Connor Flavin. Third issue by Jack Mullen. And after a game yesterday that featured next to no unregistered at-bats is the term that I like to use for walks and hit by pitches. There have already been 5 so far today.
I have a feeling even if this game goes to 7 innings as it was scheduled to be, there's a good chance that this actually exceeds the time of the first 9-inning game that we had yesterday. I mean, 151. I believe that's a sort of record hasn't happened here at the Tufts home field in quite a while.
Well, we are about halfway to that time mark in what is about little less than half of the game. So, yeah, Andrew, I have to agree with you. I think we might actually eclipse the time with 2 innings less of play. The Jumbos not swinging first pitch as often as they were yesterday. Neither are the Polar Bears. Flavin running. That one fouled off by Stowicki, fouled that one into himself. Hit and run had to have been called for there. Stowicki going to take a second, shake it off.
Even for such a towering presence in the box like Stowicki is, a foul ball to the ankle never feels good, and especially if it comes out with the level of power that we have been seeing him able to produce. We were talking about how on the other side of things, Peckler was able to have a majority of his hits be for extra bases. Same here for Stowicki. 4 of his 7 hits have gone for more than first base.
Of course, in his first at-bat this season, he did indeed hit a home run. So definitely that power bat. That one inside, going to get past the catcher, Simos. Flavin will take second on the wild pitch, past ball. Would you score that one, Andrew?
I believe it did hit the glove. So it's hard to tell. I didn't get the best angle on the pitch, so it's kind of up for scorer's discretion, I would imagine.
Well, I only ask because the Polar Bears have had a little bit of a wild pitch issue. If that is deemed a wild pitch, that one dropped, strike 3, throw over to first in time to get Stowicki. If that is ruled a wild pitch, it'll be the 20th of the season for Polar Bear pitchers. But Jack Mullen preserving the Polar Bear 3-2 lead despite the walk and a couple of hard-hit balls issued by the Jumbos. We're going to see a pitching change coming in. Lucas Gustafson's day is done after having given up 3 runs on 3 hits in the 3 innings that he's pitched. It'll be senior captain Cameron Mayer coming in to try and keep the score where it is for the Polar Bears through the remainder of this game. We'll be right back. Top of the 4th, Polar Bears still leading 3-2 as they will come up to bat. Pitching change is coming in for the Tufts University Jumbos. It'll be the senior Cameron Mayer stepping in on the mound. Mayer, of course, started in the home opener, struggled a bit, and is having a rougher season with a 7.63 ERA in the 15 1/3 innings that he has pitched. Has had a little bit of a home run problem, giving up 4 on the year, which perfectly matches the 4 home runs in the series that the Polar Bears have issued. Batter for the Polar Bears, Luke Chessie, the second baseman, ahead 2-0 against Mayer. That one sharply hit into right field. Evans going back up against the wall, and that one is off the wall. Chessie turning in, looking for a double. Evans fielding that one nicely off the wall, and Chessie will pull in at second with a leadoff double to start this top of the 4th. Second time today where the Polar Bears have had a runner on second with no outs. Last time that happened, of course, the runner was stranded. But with 2 outs on the board and a runner in second, you did have a 3-run home run coming off the bat of Kevin Murray. So, you know, anything's on the table. Of course, the new wall that was built for Saul Gittleman Park was to try and assist with the fact that right field is tremendously shorter than the than left field, 20 feet in the corner, and that pretty much holds through all the way to dead center, where it is about 20 feet shorter. So the remedy was to build a wall that is a little bit more than double the height of the fence anywhere else in the outfield, in order to try and mitigate left-handed batters or even right-handed batters with the strength to go the opposite way deep for a home run, to try and limit those numbers. Of course, hasn't had a whole lot of influence so far this season up until this series. A lot of batters have just been able to muscle one over the wall instead. But so far in the series, that is, I believe, the 3rd time now where a hit has gone off of the wall instead of being a home run. The DH, Lucas Chai, up at bat, was hit by a pitch his last time up. With a right-handed pitcher on the mound, he will now be batting from the left side. Swing and a miss. He will find himself in a 2-2 count now. Mayer in need of a strikeout. Of course, a ball in play likely advances the runner Chessie. So strikeout gets you an out while keeping the runner on second as opposed to being 90 feet away from expanding the Polar Bear lead. That one taken for a called strike 3. Chai going to go down looking. And Cameron Mayer will find his first out of the day. Stepping in now, the first baseman, Nick Merrill, flew out to center field his last time up. First pitch from Mayer to Merrill. In there for a strike. Mayer taking a look over at second. His pitch hit hard into left field. Leonard cutting over. He'll be able to grab that one for out number 2, and Chessie will remain at second. No possibility to tag as the ball was hit towards the side in which Chessie would be running. Not going to contest the arm of Ben Leonard. 2 sharp hits from Merrill, both of which have found Jumbo outfielder gloves, and that'll bring up, with 2 out and a runner on second, the shortstop Liam Foley. Had a base hit his last time up, stole second, later came around to score on the Murray home run. That one fouled, I believe, off of the catcher Bowman. I have to believe that's a foul. Didn't quite see contact, but if it wasn't, then would wonder why Chessie wouldn't advance. So we'll roll with a foul call there. Mayer ahead 0-1 to the Polar Bear shortstop, who's going to foul one back. Now 0-2 the count. Again, missing a car, but I guess the glass sounds are not going to be coming in today.
Maybe they thought it was a little rude. Just wanted to to make sure that everyone's mentals are sound.
Mayer looking to get out of the early jam. Dishing one in, but not quite a strike. 1-2 the count.
You know, something on the topic of cars, Jordan, something that we have noticed throughout the season so far is that although a lot of balls have been hit out into the parking lot, not a lot of them have found hoods or windshields or anything really belonging to vehicles, but that might be a different case today as there's a lot of people at Gittleman Park. That
one hit the other way, right to the second baseman, McCullough. He'll throw that one over for out number 3. So after the lead-off double that was right off of that right field wall, Luke Chessie's going to be stranded at second. The score going to remain 3-2. Cameron Mayer with a solid first inning of work in his relief appearance of this 7-inning game of a doubleheader between the Polar Bears and the Jumbos. Bowdoin up 3-2. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 4th, we are officially halfway through game number 1 of the doubleheader between the Bowdoin College Polar Bears and the Tufts University Jumbos. Ben Leonard going to step in to lead things off here. His last time up, flew out to right field. First pitch he sees is a ball. Leonard looking to get things started for the Jumbos as they look to mount a 1-run comeback for now.
Leonard very speedy on the base paths. Of course, 14 stolen bases entering today. Jumbos have been experimenting a little bit with the bunt in more situations than they were previously in the season. This bottom half of the order here, when you have, what is it, Leonard and then Bowman, but then Solomon and Fleischer as well. 3 out of the 4 still stolen or attempted over 10 steals on the year. So playing some small ball down towards the bottom of the order, I feel like could be a good strategy here for the Jumbos, that they're just looking to try to scrape runs across.
Leonard in a hitter's count right now, 3 balls, 1 strike. Going to hit that one. That's foul and in play. It's actually coming right back towards us, but it's still in play. The catcher, Simos, looking to find it, not able to bring that one in. That ball was seemingly staying in place, and then just at the last second started to tail off to the right. So Leonard will get a chance at redemption right now.
I got to tell you, that's a tough play to make. There's so much spin on that ball going straight up, and we saw Simos looking at it, trying to search for it for nearly 10 seconds as that ball seemed to hover in the air. Of course, you can look at it and say, oh, it was right in front of you. Why didn't you catch it? It's a lot more of a difficult play than you may think.
Leonard turning, ripping that one into right field. That one's looking like it's going to go over, and it does! Tie game! Ben Leonard muscling it out and over the right field fence. Everything's going to be all tied up at 3.
Well, forget what I said about small ball, because Ben Leonard is shooting for the moon. A huge line drive just ripped over that tall fence in Gittleman Park, that newly built right field wall, and almost no arc on that at all. The exit velo on that must have been absurd. Just shot straight over the wall.
Well, earlier on in the year, we had asked whether or not the field would be a problem for the left-handed bats of the Jumbos lineup, and pretty much unanimously, all of the Jumbos players are like, no. Ben Leonard, Jimmy Evans, they're still going to get it out there. Todd Stawicki, they're still going to get it out there. And right there, Ben Leonard proving the wall not to be one of his demons as he sends it right out and over. It's now no outs in a tie ball game. The Polar Bear lead not lasting super long. Everything tied up at 3, and it's the catcher Connor Bowman now in at bat. Struck out his last time up, behind in the count 1-2. One-two pitch from Mullen. That one hit shallow center field. Coming in is McKenzie, running hard, losing his hat, but he'll bring it. That'll be the first out of the inning. Long run in from McKenzie, who, with the wind starting to pick up and carry out into the outfield, was playing a little deep. Manages to get there, lost his hat along the way. That'll bring up Patrick Solomon, who walked and later scored on the double steal attempt, looking to lay down a bunt, but we'll pull that one back. Solomon does lead the team in sack bunts on the season, or was at least close to it. Fleischer actually leads with 4, excuse me. But while he was in that 2 spot in the lineup earlier on in the season, whenever Ben Leonard would get aboard, did have it called upon him to try and bunt a whole lot. Two on the count. Mullen to Solomon. Pitch just low. 3-1 now the count. Solomon looking for his second walk of the day, if not to put one in play. Mullen trying to limit the damage that has already come early on in the bottom of the 4th. That one's going to be low, though. Solomon will walk for the second time today, find himself on the bases. The speedster for the Jumbos, with Ozzie Fleischer coming up to bat. Last time both of these players came up to bat, it was this exact situation where there were a couple of outs on the board. Solomon walked to get on, was checked in a couple of times just to make sure he wasn't going to end up stealing, but when a hit and run was called for, Fleischer poking one through the first and second base gap for a base hit, found the runners on the corners. Check in on Solomon. Had a larger lead. Simo's just going to eye him back to first.
One out here with Ozzie Fleischer, of course, being a very speedy and very quick contact hitter. Some situational hitting, definitely a strategy that can be employed in this situation. You have the top of your lineup coming up right after this, so making sure that you get your best hitter some looks with maybe a runner in scoring position, always pivotal.
Fleischer going to take a strike there. Count going to even itself up at ones. Mullen seemingly very afraid of Patrick Solomon. That'll be the 4th time now where he has checked in on the runner just to make sure he's not going. So nice job by Mullen. 5th, excuse me, is he'll check in again on Solomon. Not going to find him there. This is a nice adaptation by the Polar Bears, who gave up a couple of stolen bases yesterday without much contest. Another check-in on Solomon, not going to get him. At this point, when Solomon's not taking that big of a lead, have to question whether or not it's just to reset the calls and go through it again, just so Mullen can get the pitch he wants to throw. Solomon running. Simo's going to throw down. That throw will bounce, so not in time. Patrick Solomon going to steal his 19th base of the season, or mayhaps 20th because of the stolen base that he had in the double steal to get home. Either way, Patrick Solomon now has more stolen bases on the year than the entirety of the Polar Bear lineup.
What a stat.
It's certainly something to showcase. Well, runner in scoring position now. That would be the leading run for the Jumbos to put themselves back on top. Fleischer's still the batter. This one's fouled off. High and into the parking lot.
And now a base hit will score a very speedy Solomon, you have to assume, unless a really great throw does come in from one of the outfielders. And definitely a good spot to be in. Of course, there's still one out, so if you want to Fleischer even wants to try to tap a ground ball the opposite way, it would also be a decent strategy for him.
Mullen going to step off, try and check in at second. Chessie playing off the bag, as is the shortstop Foley. So to check in at second might be a risky play, as there is no Polar Bear ready to receive a pickoff attempt. Chessie's now going to creep in just to make sure that Solomon's going nowhere. Fleischer again going to foul one into the parking lot.
And great on Fleischer for staying alive. One thing that he does not do a ton is strike out. Only 3 Ks, I believe, in his 2022 campaign. Of course, that number has gone up just a little bit, but, I mean, still, the ability to stay alive in counts is absolutely pivotal, whether it's at the top or the bottom of the lineup.
Mullen looking for an out. Caught Solomon in a rundown. Solomon was going to run. He's now stuck in a pickle. Chessie going to throw that one over. Brito Trinidad run down. It's back to Foley. Solomon tripping, stumbling, and he'll be tagged out by Liam Foley. Solomon getting a little ahead of himself, trying to run the bases and find himself on third for a potential leading run. Nice pick off by Mullen, spinning around to catch Solomon. Solomon even hesitated for a second, freaking out whether or not he should start to bolt to third and try and bait the throw over there and maybe find himself on second. Ultimately, good pickle play by the Polar Bears in order to trap Solomon and get him out.
Yeah, you can see on the replay right here, just kind of got caught sleeping a little bit, or actually no, not even. There's, of course, like the ability to just take that really advanced secondary lead, and Solomon wasn't expecting.
Fleischer's ripping that one into right center. That one will be picked up by McKenzie and thrown in, and now the pickle play just looks all the worse as Ozzie Fleischer records a hit that almost certainly would have scored the leading run for the Jumbos.
And there comes a conversation, of course, of how aggressive is too aggressive. Of course, Solomon has been very successful on the base pass. That's only the 4th time out of 24 attempts that he's been caught. But, of course, that knock probably would have scored him from second, even if from third. And so, of course, having one out with runner on third is a great situation. It's a fly ball. Could send you in, but
Fleckner going to soar that one. That's in foul ground. We'll see if anyone's able to get there in time, and they're not. So Jack Mullen getting himself out of a sticky situation with a runner in scoring position and only one out. Of course, you have to wonder whether or not a hit and run was called for, and maybe that's why Solomon was being so aggressive, running on the pitch in the event that Fleischer swings. Full count makes sense to run that hit and run. Fleckner looking for his first hit of the battle between the Polar Bears and the Jumbos. That one's well outside. Fleischer maintaining a smaller lead at first, not likely to run.
Yeah, you can see the Polar Bears. They did their homework. They read the scouting report. Simos and the rest of the pitching staff very, very aware of the base runners that the Jumbos are able to put on.
Fleckner swinging, he'll foul that one back.
And now with the ball game this close, you wonder how the state of a doubleheader plays in terms of pitching staff and decisions that both of these teams make. Of course, this game equally as important as the next, even though the innings might be a bit abbreviated. It's a close game right now, but you also want to try to save some of your arms for that game too.
1-2 from Mullen high. Fleckner thought about swinging, not going to go around. Count now even at 2s.
Let's see if he went. It's a close one.
First base umpire saying no, so Fleckner will get to stay in at bat. 2-2, hammered foul. Seeing a lot of right-handed batters fouling them off towards the right field side into the parking lot. Probably a combination of both outside pitches being called for by the Bowdoin catcher Steven Simos and the fact that the Jumbos are looking to go the opposite way. Runner's going, but that one will hit Fleckner in the head. He seems pretty okay, though. So the hit by pitch will put a runner in scoring position for the Jumbos, and it'll be Jesse McCullough coming up to bat, who has had one heck of a day at the plate, had a triple, and was just a couple of feet short of a homer his last time up just an inning ago.
Look at that, just right on the top of the helmet. It was a nice move by Fleckner to make sure that no harm was done. Helmet does its job, you know. You're able to turn away and make sure that that big old cranium stays safe.
Well, McCullough, who's had two very solid pieces of contact, is going to demand the presence of the Bowdoin coaches. They're going to go out, talk with Jack Mullen, Steven Simos, discuss the game plan, what will be the approach in order to deal with a Jumbo freshman who has looked nothing less than stellar in the games that he has played.
Yeah, two amazing pieces of hitting from McCullough. Of course, you read the scoreline as 1 for 2, but that one out was a very, very long out, perhaps one of the longest outs that we've seen all year from a Jumbo hitter, right on the warning track in left center field. And so right now you have to take a look at your situation with Mullen, and of course with 2 runners on, another big extra base hit could result in the game being broken open a little bit. And you know that, of course, McCullough has had Mullen's number so far this game.
Chessie now going to come in for a quick grab of the rosin bag. Two on and 2 out. Jesse McCullough looking to reestablish a Jumbo lead. First pitch he sees from Mullen. He'll take for a strike. Taken for a called strike two. McCullough unhappy with that one, but seemingly all smiles. Now in a position where he'll have to defend the plate throughout the rest of the at-bat as he looks to bring home Ozzie Fleischer from second. The 0-2 hit hard out into right field, but right there at the wall is Peckler. He'll bring that one in. Pair of Jumbos get stranded. A lot of events happening in that 4th inning. Some hit by pitches, some walks, stolen bases, a pickle situation, but nothing comes as close to important as the Ben Leonard home run to tie things back up at 3. The lead has faded for the Polar Bears, but they're going to look to reclaim it in the top of the 5th. Cameron Mayer still out there to pitch for the Jumbos in this 7-inning doubleheader. We'll see what the Polar Bears have to bring for us in the top of the 5th momentarily. Top of the 5th, 1-2-3 going to be due up for the Polar Bears. On your screen right now, you previously saw Ben Leonard. Real quick, grounder over to Solomon. Throw in time to beat the speedy McKenzie. That'll be the first out of the top of the 5th. Ben Leonard back on the screen from our inside source, lovely friend of the program, as he is formerly one of the people in charge of the program. The program, of course, being JumboCast. Sam Brill coming in clutch with some really nice stats. The Ben Leonard home run, 99 mile per hour on the exit velo, hammered 364 feet. So thank you, Sam, for the quick stats.
Getting the exit velo over that 95 threshold is not something you see super often here in Division III baseball, but Leonard made it look easy. That was a rocket over the right field wall.
The catcher, Steven Simos, now into bat. He grounds one over. McCullough going to pick that one up over to Flavin for out number 2. Couple of quick outs for Cameron Mayer, 2 ground outs. And that'll bring up the third baseman for the Polar Bears, C.J. Brito Trinidad. It was hit by a pitch his last time up, came around to score on the Murray home run. Murray, the bringer of rain, it seems so far today, is he poured in 3 runs for the Polar Bears in the top of the 3rd, looming in that on-deck circle. So if you are Cameron Mayer, you'd love to get through this batter and give Murray the chance to come up to bat with nobody on.
Bringer of rain. It's like a Yankees reference from a Mets fan.
It's a Spartacus reference.
Wow.
Spartacus was the bringer of rain, the king of the Coliseum. That one going to be grounded over to Fleischer. Brito Trinidad hustling down the line, but will not be able to beat out the throw. 1-2-3 inning on a 5-3, 4-3, and 6-3 ground outs from the Polar Bears. They'll put up a 0 spot. Kevin Murray's going to have to wait another inning before coming up to bat. Still the score, 3-3. Jumbo's going to come up to bat in just a few seconds. Bottom of the quick reset. Hold on. Bottom of the fifth, Jack Mullen still dealing for the Polar Bears. He's going to face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Jumbos in a tied 3-3 ball game in what is supposed to be a 7-inning first game of a doubleheader. However, if the score remains tied, I believe we will continue to play on. Jimmy Evans swinging at the first pitch. That one going to be called foul after it bounces behind the first base bag.
You know, Jordan, sometimes you just need the quick reset. That's all it is. I respect the hold on, I need a quick second, deep breath, and right back at it. That's a winner's mentality right there.
0-1 Mullen to Evans, going to be fouled off. Evans, who had a lovely day yesterday, has been a little quiet in this first game. Haven't really said his name outside of when he had to watch a ball be hit off of his right field fence.
But overall, a very solid season once again for Jimmy Evans. Was expected to be one of the top hitters here for the Jumbos and is certainly delivering. Unfortunately, not going to get the result he wanted there. Chasing on that pitch up and away.
That'll be the second strikeout of the day for Jack Mullen, who had pretty good strikeout numbers on the season. That one's going to be his 30th of the year.
Yeah, Evans wanted to take that one very, very far. Fortunately, just not in the greatest location for that for contact to be made. So,
first baseman Connor Flavin going to come into bat, looking for his first registered at bat of the game, as he does have 2 walks today. Has exhibited very nice plate discipline, as he's found himself in full count situations both times that he has walked. Going to turn on that one and ground it foul.
I would be surprised if, you know, Flavin wouldn't be too upset without having a single at bat recorded here in this game. So somebody who, again, as you've mentioned earlier, just exemplifies a jumbo lineup that has immense plate discipline. Another walk would be his 10th on the season, and that's not even mentioning the fact that he was, of course, out for the first few games of the season with an injury.
1-2 pitch. Mullen is going to deal one high. That'll even the count at 2s. Flavin has had some reps at first base, has had some reps in the DH spot, has had some reps in right field. He's really been all up along the first baseline at all depths at the plate, first base and right field. Only thing I guess he's technically missing is a game at catcher, but would be a little surprised for him to be playing a game behind the dish. Count now full against Connor Flavin. Third time today that has happened. Both times beforehand have resulted in walks. We'll see if Jack Mullen can change that one up, as he will get Flavin to ground one over to the shortstop Foley, who will pick it up, throw it off in time for out number 2 of the inning.
A nice stretch right there by Merrill to make sure that the out was recorded. Of course, Flavin's a tall guy, but he's got some speed. Almost made it there in time. So a nice throw had to be made by Brito Trinidad, and of course that stretch from Merrill playing a factor as well.
The DH, Todd Stowicki, going to step in now. 2 out, no on. Stowicki 0 for 2 on the day. Ground out and a strikeout. Takes the first pitch he sees from Mullen for a ball.
Might have been a strike if it was another person in that box.
That's a very fair point. Stowicki is a tall human. That one grounded into the gap. Second baseman Chessie's going to pick that one up. Throw on the run back to the dugout. He's never going to hesitate for a second until he gets inside to go grab his bat, because I believe he is due up in the next inning, which he is. It'll be Murray, Peckler, and Chessie still tied in a 3-3 ball game. Each team looking to just put a 1 spot on the board to end game 1 with a win and head into the break. Get a little grub before heading into game number 2. Still 3-3 the score. Top of the 6th coming in just a few. Top of the 6th, about to get underway. It'll be Kevin Murray to start things off. Murray, the reason why the Polar Bears were up to a 3-2 lead, his last time up, crushed one. 434 feet for a home run. Brought home 3 Polar Bears, including himself. First time he's going to face Cameron Mayer, though. Mayer's first 2 pitches have been low for balls. This will be the 3rd inning of work for Mayer. 3 pitches, 3 balls. With a power hitter like Murray, when you know you're going to be given a strike, Andrew, you think he's got the green light?
I mean, with the swing that he put on that last at-bat, I would not be surprised.
Well, he didn't swing. Taken for a strike, 3-1. I feel like at this level of baseball, there's no reason to not give the green light to anyone who has the potential to hit for extra bases.
Hey, it's a walk, so you'll take it. It's a free base. Now the go-ahead runner is just 270 feet away, and an extra base knock from one of your next couple of hitters would result in that lead being taken. And speaking of extra bases, here comes Gabe Peckler, who, of course, is definitely capable of doing just that.
Well, Andrew, it's 270 feet if you want to do it the legal way. Now, maybe I want to go run backwards 90 feet and see if they'll give me the run.
I don't think they would. In fact, I believe they would just call you out.
Maybe we need to amend that, add like Burke's rule, where only I can run backwards to score a run.
Need all the help you can get.
This one fouled in play, or seemingly in play. Solomon going to reel that one in for the first out. Looked like Bowman was going to have it, but Solomon with the better ankle as he is running in can track just a little bit better than the catcher, who has to, kind of stay stationary. But Solomon reels it in for the first out, alleviating some of the pressure that the Jumbos were facing with a runner on the bases and no outs. Going to be a conference coming in now between Mayer, Bowman, and I believe to be Coach Paul Svagdis.
If you can zoom in.
Luke Chessie, now the batter. Second baseman for the Polar Bears. Had a double his last time up, 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch he gets is well down in the zone for a ball. Chessie with a interesting batting stance. All the pressure on his back leg. Not really an even stance. You kind of see he's tilting backwards. Gonna take a hack at that one. Come up empty. Fouled off for strike 1.
Chessie putting up very similar numbers to last season. In 2022, 263 average this year coming in 262.
Swing and a miss from Chessie. High pitch, high fastball from Mayer is going to zip past him. 1-2 now the count.
And I believe that hit that he had earlier makes an 8-game hitting streak for Chessie as well. So another player who has been on certain streaks, 9 hits in his first 6 games, and then had 2 hits in his next 8. And then, as we mentioned before, 8 hits now in his last 8 games.
Chessie's going to hit this one going down the right field line. Potentially going to be in play for Evans, but he'll have to watch it fall foul and into the parking lot. I apologize on my delay of calls down the right field line. It's a little hard to lean over a table and then over a small boundary to try and follow a ball that I can barely see as it's being hit into the direction where the sun is.
There's some blockage for sure.
Just making contact is Chessie. We'll do 2-2 yet again.
It's a big at-bat. Again, runner on, 1 out. Have, of course, you have Chai coming back into your lineup on deck, who has just been incredible all season long. Base runner here would do wonders for the Polar Bears.
Swing and a miss from Chessie. He'll go down via the K. It'll be the 4th strikeout of the day for Jumbo's pitchers, second by Mayer. And that'll bring up the DH, Lucas Chai, who is 0 for 1 on the day, strikeout and a hit by pitch. Taking his second at-bat from the left-handed batter's box with 2 outs and the lead run sitting on first base. First pitch will be a ball from Mayer. Second pitch good for a strike. Lucas Chai does have 3 doubles on the season. Those are his only extra base hits, 5 RBIs. Would be no better time than the present to up those numbers, up the OPS, and put Bowdoin in a leading position. 2-1 pitch from Mayer. This one's hit out into left field. Leonard coming in, settling underneath it, and he's got it. That'll be out number 3. First batter up, Kevin Murray walked, but Hull end up on first base. Mayer retiring the next 3 afterwards, keeping the score tied at 3. We're heading towards those later innings. Jumbo's looking to reclaim the lead as we head into the bottom of the 6th. And Andrew, you know what that means. In between 6th innings, it's time for the JumboCast special, the 6th inning showdown, where we ask the question, in a battle to the death between the 2 teams in play's mascots, of course, us being JumboCast means Jumbo will always be in the battle against today and yesterday and likely later today again. We will ask, how's this going to play out? Battle to the death between a polar bear and an elephant. You see the stats on your screen, Andrew. You've been thinking, sitting, wondering how this is going to go. And as I say that, I completely forgot that we had made the promise earlier for another JumboCaster to come in for the 6th inning showdown. She's been working camera today. Tawny.
Hi.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
What do you have
here.
to say about this matchup?
Oh, I have a lot to say, actually. So, I think that in a 1v1 matchup, Jumbo would win. I think the only situation in which the polar bears would pull through is if we had 3 male polar bears versus 1 Jumbo.
Interesting. Any reason why the number 3?
Ooh, very specific, actually. So, it takes approximately 7 lionesses to take down 1 full-size elephant, or 2 male lions to take down 1 full-size elephant. Polar bears, on average, if we are averaging the weights of both genders, are about the average weight of a male lion, but maybe a little larger. And I say 3 because polar bears tend to not be as agile as lions.
Interesting. You know, I'm going to have to accept that, as you have solid statistics to back it up, and as an engineer, I know better than to argue with the math. Ben Leonard will be the batter for the Jumbos. Last time up, he did have that game-tying home run, and right now replicates the same greatness he had just 2 innings ago. Could put the Jumbos up in front, potentially to stay.
Tawny came prepared. That was some intense research right there.
Yeah, I have to highlight the fact that that was just no knowledge. There was no prep that was done, as this one's grounded to the first baseman, Merrill, who's not going to pick that up off of the hop. Throw over is just in time to get Leonard. Leonard not happy, disagreeing, but good cover by Mullen and a recovery by Merrill in order to get the first out of the inning and retire Ben Leonard.
You see a bobble there on the first baseman there of Merrill, and you see that Ben Leonard is the one who hit that ball, and you immediately start to worry if you are a polar bear fan. But luckily was able to keep things under control, and nice job by Mullen to get over to first base and make the play.
Connor Bowman going to step in now.
Now, I will say, Jordan, I think something important that Tawny did not mention in our 6th inning showdown is, of course, the factor of the elements. I mean, we think of the Savannah being the home of the Jumbo, and on the other side, polar bears fully in the Arctic Circle. That's a very different, environment, and I feel like home court advantage, or home field advantage, I should say, while of course important in baseball, might even be more important in our 6th inning showdown.
Well, I have to agree with you there, Andrew. But when I tend to think about the 6th inning showdown, I think if we were bringing it to Super Smash Bros. Terms, if we were playing on Final Destination,
just a pure, unadulterated arena of battle.
Exactly. No elements, no weather. It's effectively the void with a platform to fight on. 2-2 the count to Connor Bowman, looking for his first hit of the afternoon, as we are 11 minutes away, Andrew, from that timer of how long game number 1 was yesterday in a full 9, as we are only through 5.5. Bowman going to rip that one past the diving Brito Trinidad. He'll pull in at first with a base hit. First hit of the day for Connor Bowman. And the Jumbo potential leading run is on the bases for Patrick Solomon.
A great piece of hitting there by Bowman. He's been rock solid behind or at the plate as well as behind the plate. Just another nice shot, finds the gap between shortstop and third. And now the leading runner is on, and Patrick Solomon has been very, very hot at the plate as well. This is a good opportunity here for Tufts.
Solomon 0 for 0 on the day. 2 walks, 2 stolen bases, scored a run, looking to square a bunt, but we'll pull it back.
Solomon, of course, was expecting a very, very solid year, but started off 0 for his first 12. However, after that has really, really turned things on. An 886 OPS since that slow start from the California trip moving forward, and has had some great games in recent memory as well.
1-0 from Solomon, hit well out into right field. Going over is Peckler. He'll make the catch right at the wall. Solomon not missing much from extra bases, but just enough that Peckler's able to reel it in for the second out, and Connor Bowman to stay on at first.
Hard hit ball there by Solomon. Unfortunately, just not enough juice to get past the right fielder Peckler. Nice play by him. He's had a pretty active day in the outfield, as the Jumbos have been hitting the ball, albeit for some pretty long outs.
Ozzie Fleischer going to step in with 2 outs, and Connor Bowman at first. Fleischer 2 for 2 today with 2 base hits. Also has a stolen base in that second inning double steal that brought home the first run for the Jumbos. The second run for the Jumbos. Both teams with 3 runs on 4 hits. Fleischer looking to change that. That one's skipping in. Pick up by Simos. Will contain Bowman at first. Fleischer taking the 1-1 for a strike, behind 1-2 now. One more strike and Mullen can end this one and keep it tied at 3, and we'll head into what could potentially be the final inning of the game.
Top of the order on deck there with Fleckner. Whether it's in this next inning or now, Jumbos will have an opportunity with some of their better bats.
1-2 fouled at the plate. 2 outs. You see Bowman running as soon as contact is made, despite the fact that that ball was never for a second fair. Do see some motion happening out in the Jumbo bullpen. Can't quite see numbers, but I believe that's Brendan McFall.
Makes sense. Closer trying to hold down the line in this tie game.
Fleischer going to hit that one hard into center field, but McKenzie is right there. He'll pick that up for out number 3. Score remains tied at 3. Mullen cruising through 6 easy innings, and we'll see if the Jumbos elect to go to the bullpen, or it might just be warming up, as we do see Cameron Mayer walking back out to take the mound and keep things contained for the last ups for the Jumbos, keeping the score at 3. We'll see if Mayer can do it as we head into the top of the 7th. Top of the 7th, Polar Bears looking to reclaim their lead and put the Jumbos in a do-or-die situation. Cameron Mayer still out on the mound. Likely that Brendan McFall, who is walking over to the dugout, right now, will come in now that he is loose, only if needed in the event that there are some runners on, potentially a scoring situation for the Polar Bears. Lucas Chai is on deck. I am completely wrong. I guess I missed something. I did. I messed up the scorebook. Andrew, do you happen to remember what happened Lucas Chai's last at-bat? It is Nick Merrill who is in right now with a 2-2 count against him. Count now full.
Sorry, I could take a quick look. 1 second, but it will be 8-9-1 here for the Polar Bears as Chai was the last recorded out.
Pitch low. Merrill going to reach via the walk to start off this top of the 7th inning. He will represent a game-leading run if he is managed to be brought back around. And because of that situation where this is the potential last inning of game number 1 of the doubleheader, Bowdoin is looking to make a change, bring some more speed to the bases. They will pull out Merrill and bring in number 15, Grant Collins, who does have 2 stolen bases on the season. We'll see if they elect to run him in this situation with no outs. Liam Foley, the batter now.
Also have to keep an eye on a bunt is shown there. Have to see, of course, what Coach Svagdis decides to do. Mayer has had a terrific outing, but of course McFall has been nearly lights out all season. So tough decision to make here in this first game.
Bunt laid down. That one's going to stay fair. Picked up by the first baseman, Flavin. Covering at first is McCulloch. That'll be the first out. However, the pinch runner in Grant Collins has now advanced to second on the sack from Liam Foley. So 1 out, the runner in scoring position. Ben McKenzie now the batter. And with Brendan McFall being loose and a runner in scoring position, you have to wonder at what time are we going to see him? How much faith does Coach Svagdis have in Cameron Mayer to work out of this situation? So far today, he has looked pretty good, but you don't want to risk a potential loss at home. First one that could happen for the Jumbos. We do know that Connor Pedezwa is unavailable, as he is very likely the starter for game number 2. So McFall really is that only option you have to go to right now. There are some arms throwing, but highly doubt we'll see any of them before we see McFall.
Yeah, and it's the top of the lineup as well for the Polar Bears. McKenzie entering this game, batting .400. A simple single will be all it takes to take that lead.
Collins not trying to make a move at second. He does have the oven mitt on, which typically indicates a base threat. Stolen base threat, that is. However, it is Connor Bowman behind the dish, and you have to wonder if those two offset one another. Pitch from Mayer, good for a strike, 2-2 the count. Mayer looking for a strikeout would be very beneficial to him and the Jumbos team if they wish to get out of this inning unscathed.
Yeah, you have to remember that the Polar Bears not a team that tends to be aggressive on the base paths. You have the top of your lineup up. You wonder, against someone like Bowman, if it really is the move for them to make an aggressive play on the paths.
That one grounded foul off the bat of McKenzie.
See, Collins has been used almost exclusively as that pinch runner or defensive replacement so far this season. Has appeared in, I believe, 8 or 9 games already, so definitely no stranger to this situation.
Outside of the stolen bases, does have 3 at-bats, which he equals with his 3 walks on the season as McKenzie fouls back yet another one.
Yeah, it's an interesting little slash line here. If you look at the numbers, 0, 571, 0 for a 571 OPS, but that on-base percentage, I think, leads the team, albeit a small sample size.
Two from Mayer. This one in play. Flavin going to settle in underneath it, drifting over to his right, and will make the play for out number 2 right before the opposing team dugout. Second out, runner still sitting at second in Collins, And now the catcher, Steven Simos, who is being intentionally walked.
That is a very, very interesting decision. Of course, Simos has been an extra base threat in the past, but you take a look at who's on deck, and it's CJ Brito Trinidad. I mean, that guy also an all-NESCAC first-team member last year. It allows for the force at second or third base, but you wonder how much of an improvement it is to face the 3 rather than the 2-hitter.
I think the choice here is due to the fact that in the matchup between these two teams, Simos does have that home run, does have a base hit, has had a couple of flyouts as well, has been having better contact than Brito Trinidad, who's lined out to short, grounded back to the pitcher, had an infield single, and in this game today has yet to record a hit. He'll find himself in a 1-1 count off of the second pitch from Mayer. However, it is this interesting situation where if you're not able to get this man, you have to question the decision to intentionally walk Simos.
It's a big at-bat here for Mayer.
1-1 grounder. Solomon will pick that one up. He's going to look to make the force play. He's got it. The speedy Solomon beating the speedier Grant Collins, who attempted a head-first dive into third to try and beat out the force play. Ultimately, Solomon going to reel that one in for the third out of the inning.
Hey, that's Solomon's speed at work right there. Being able to capitalize not only on the base pass, but also defensively, kind of winning a foot race out there against Collins. And the intentional walk ends up paying off. The Jumbos have the top of their order up here for their last licks.
3-3 as we head into the bottom of the 7th. The Jumbos managed to put up a run. They will end this first game of the doubleheader in a walk-off fashion. We'll see if they can get it done, as there does appear to be a pitching change coming in for the Polar Bears. We'll talk about that when we get back. As we head into the bottom of the 7th, it'll be the 1, 2, and 3 hitters due up for the Jumbos, Fleckner, McCullough, and Evans, as they face a new pitcher for the Polar Bears. It'll be number 2, Jack Olcott. So after Jack Mullen issued 3 runs and 4 hits in his 6 innings of work, we'll turn things over to Olcott, whose first pitch is good for a strike. Olcott on the season, a 1.69 ERA in the 10 2/3 innings that he has pitched. Batters against him are hitting at a 256 average.
And this is do or die now for the Jumbos. Of course, can go into extra innings, but the meat of the Polar Bear order up as well to face up against either Mayer or McFall, whoever Coach Fagus decides to send out. So would love to end this right here when you have the heart of your order up. And you have someone like Fleckner who can really work these counts.
The 0-2 pitch was high for a ball. And I'm kind of amazed at Olcott's motion, Andrew. If you take a look at it, he holds both of his hands high and then immediately goes into the pitch. No swing back, no kick up, no nothing. And he still generates solid velocity behind his fastball.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different pitchers here come with different strategies. We know friend of the program, Sam Brill, noted switch over to Submarine at one point, which just as much of an advantage as you can get.
Fleckner hitting that one out into right center, but McKenzie is there. He'll grab that for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Jesse McCullough, who, while his stat line may say 1 for 3 on the day, has hit the ball a collective minimum 940 feet maybe. Triple, couple of feet short of a home run to center, and then a couple of feet short of a extra base hit to right field. So he's been a tough at-bat who could potentially just hit one out to end this. First pitch swinging, that one hit well but foul. Go out of play. That one hit probably somewhere in the 250s.
McCullough definitely has the power on that bat. It's a righty versus righty matchup, of course, which is typical for NESCAC play, but no longer having that slight advantage that may have once come by.
Home plate umpire going to walk that ball out to Olcott specifically.
It's very nice of him.
It looks like he had a couple of words with him. I wonder what that might be about. Pitch low and away for a ball. 1-1 now the count.
Evans on deck, and you have Flavin following him. A base runner here would be imperative for the Jumbos.
1-1 pitch. That one hit right back up the middle. However, Chessie will get there. The throw over is going to be in time for out number 2. McCullough, first time not putting one into the outfield. Grounder up the middle. Chessie with a great play. Good throw over to record the second out.
Yeah, grounder right up the middle. It was a slow roller as well, and we know that somebody like McCullough has the speed. A really nice play by the middle infields to communicate and make that out. And now 2 outs with Jimmy Evans. Definitely feels better than 1 with the runner on.
Evans looking for his first hit of this game. Of course, did have a home run yesterday and was just a couple inches short of another. Maybe looking for some redemption on the long double and put this one in the books. First pitch he sees, he'll take outside for a ball. Andrew, I'm still thinking about that quick conference that the home plate umpire had with Jack Olcott. Is there a quick pitch rule in Division III baseball where you're not allowed to throw a quick pitch? It's perhaps the only thing I can think of.
It seems to just be the general motion. It's not like Olcott is using this fast delivery to try and trick people with changes in timing or anything, so it is a curious one.
Evans getting a piece of that one. He'll rip that one foul. When carrying out to right field, plus the natural pull swing of Jimmy Evans will carry that one well into the parking lot.
Yeah, wind blowing a little bit towards us on the first base line. Does bode well for Evans if he's able to get a good one into the air. Very similar to the weather conditions that we had yesterday, where a lot of home runs were hit out.
1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. Evans looking to keep the inning alive, bring up some other power bats. He got Flavin and Stowicki behind him if we get that far. Evans does also have the power himself.
A big crowd here to watch this top of the 7th, just the first of 2 games.
2-2 late swing fouled off by Evans.
And not only just for the Jumbos, who of course are celebrating their senior day today. I mean, Bowdoin really came out to party. The area around us and the bleachers really packed. Represent.
The 2-2. Taken low, ball 3. Bowdoin immediately cheering for that one as they thought that would be a called strike 3. Cheering, heard some oh yeahs, and then a large sigh from everyone as it was ruled a ball. So now, payoff pitch coming in. Evans will foul it back.
I think it's possible to take a look at that last pitch right here, that ball 3. It was a great spot by Olcott, but just missing the zone. The umpire made a good call there. It's a full count right now.
Strike here brings the Bowdoin batters right back up to the plate to potentially establish a lead. A ball will bring up the home run leader of the Jumbos, Connor Flavin.
What a battle from Evans. Of course, a leader here on this Jumbo team, one of their offensive powerhouses. You see everybody in the Jumbo dugout on their feet. They know that one swing could end this game right here.
With every pitch mattering, Alcott bringing his best. We'll see what he's got here. This one fouled off again by Evans. Very nice job by him to battle. All the foul balls going out of play. Home plate umpire is going to need a quick restock. But now we'll get right back to it. Alcott to Evans, foul back. What else?
Again, just the battle between these two players has just been incredible to watch. The highest intensity situation that we've seen so far today, and what's been a back and forth, grueling game.
Perhaps the highest intensity we've seen all series between these two teams. Of course, game one, Jumbo's carried the lead the whole way through, and now Evans reaching out. Oh, back pick by Alcott. He's got it. He's going to run over and pick that one up. He's amped up at that one. Just sticking his glove out behind him, never even saw the ball, just picked it up, felt it in the glove, slid off the mound, but with plenty of time to throw out Evans. Jumbo's going to go down 1-2-3. We'll watch that one again, as it was beautiful. Andrew, take it through.
I mean, just a backhand right there as well. You can see the righty, the motion sends his momentum towards first base. Towards the third base line, but is able to readjust his glove, get that ball into the correct position, and we're headed to extras here, Jordan, game one.
We'll head into the top of the eighth, where every inning going forward may potentially be the last. Jumbo's not able to close it out in the bottom of the seventh, so what was supposed to be a shortened, abridged game will end up going a little bit further. Cameron Mayer still set to come out and dish in the top of the eighth, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer until we see Brendan McFall. Doesn't appear that he has gone back to the bullpen to continue throwing some pitches to get loose, so it seems like it's just going to be Cameron Mayer for the foreseeable future, and we'll see how Bowdoin fares, or one might even say how Bowdoin bodes in the top of the eighth. We'll be right back. Top of the eighth, first pitch swinging is Kevin Murray. He'll ground that one out to Fleischer for out number one of the inning.
Kind of snuck up on us right there, Jordan. We weren't expecting play to be made that early.
I thought we still had another half second, and then I got distracted by the fact that I suggested someone be swimming first pitch in a game of baseball. That would be an interesting thing, though. Another first pitch swing. Leonard going to come over and look for this one. He'll bring that in. Gabe Peckler going to be retired as well. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Cameron Mayer as he looks to very, very quickly bring the Jumbos back up to bat in the bottom of the eighth.
And Cameron Mayer, of course, coming in as an intended starting pitcher in this rotation, one of the strongest pitchers entering this year, but struggled a little bit to start things off, but has really settled down, and I think is thriving here in this long relief role. Of course, has lowered his ERA in each of his appearances after that first game.
Chessie going to hit this one out to center field. Fleckner going over to his right with room, and he'll bring that in. 4 pitches, 3 outs for Cameron Mayer. Very, very quick top of the eighth, and we will end up heading into the bottom of the eighth, where the Jumbos will yet again find themselves in a walk-off situation. So I hope you enjoyed the quick 30 seconds that we were on the mic, because you're going to have to wait another 30 seconds until we're back out again. Bottom of the 8th, potential walk-off situation yet again for the Jumbos, and it's their 3 big power bats who are due up in the inning: Flavin, Stowicki, and Leonard.
4, 5, 6. No less powerful than 1, 2, 3 here for the Jumbos. Each of these batters, of course.
Flavin first pitch swinging. The diving Brito Trinidad is going to knock that one out into the outfield, and Flavin will reach with an infield single. Game-winning run now looms 270 feet away because you have to go the legal way.
Yeah, you do. I don't know why you're trying to make this a conversation.
I would just like a little bit of special treatment. That's it. That's it. Well, we're going to see the same pinch runner that we saw in yesterday's game. It'll be Malcolm Whitfield to run the bases for the Jumbos. Typically a backup catcher. Occasionally you'll see him in the bullpen warming up some pitchers. But right now, he's the base threat. We'll see if he attempts a steal as Todd Stowicki sits in the left-handed batter's box.
We might see, maybe this is just a chance to warm up the legs, of course. Jumbos also have Connor Brala in that backup catcher spot, but I find it hard to believe that Bowman will go 2 games in a row behind the dish.
Stowicki will take the first pitch for a called strike. Whitfield not with a long lead, so not quite looking to run just yet. We'll check in on him anyway. He's firmly planting himself on the base. Been a lot of pickoff moves by Bowdoin today. 6 alone against Patrick Solomon. That'll be the 7th of the game. Whitfield running, ball skipping. Simos' throw over is off target, not in time. Whitfield will steal second and put the potential game-ending run. I say potential, it is just the game-winning run if it is to score 200 and nothing, because it's actually 180 feet, and I am good at math. I swear.
That's the rule number 1 of doing games. You don't want to do math on a broadcast, but fortunately broke that one, Jordan. But pinch runner did his job.
Olcott going to step off and motion Whitfield back. Now going to call in Simos to talk about the game plan here. The 1-1 count to Stowicki, and the speed of Whitfield. Anything to the outfield likely wins the game for the Jumbos. We'll see who's got heroism in their blood, if anyone does at all. Counter going to come in from the Jumbos. They're not going to talk to Whitfield and see what their approach is going to be. Maybe they're going to tell him to steal third, Andrew?
It's an interesting decision. Of course, you have this left-handed power bat of Stowicki, and of course, is a big fan of pulling that ball to the right side. And Peckler, of course, has a good arm out there in right field, but with somebody like Whitfield, who we already saw steal at base, I would not be surprised to just have the game plan be to get that ball over to that right side as far as possible, advance the runner by any means necessary.
Going to check in. That ball's going to go to the outfield. Whitfield going to go and take third uncontested. Bad throw over from Olcott. Foley not able to pick that one up, and now only 90 feet away with no outs. A sac fly can win this. They're going to send Whitfield back?
I wonder what the call is on that one. We didn't get the full replay of what the decision was there.
I'm not sure how he could be sent back. If the throw is off and it hits him, he still should be allowed to advance to third. It was very clearly a pickoff attempt. I'm not sure where this is coming from, but Whitfield is now back on second. So a sigh of relief if you are a Bowdoin fan. No longer have that potential game-ending run 90 feet away.
And you wonder now, will Whitfield decide to be more aggressive on the base pass because of how much attention the Polar Bears are checking on him? The ability to make mistakes still definitely is there, as we just saw.
2-1 from Olcott. Stowicki swings and misses. Good break on that pitch to fool Stowicki and get him to come up empty. Count even at 2s now, and a strikeout will make all the difference.
It's dropped out of sight. Stowicki thought it was just going to be a fastball. Ended up dropping out of the zone, and now 1 strike away.
Stowicki going to take that one. Count now running full. Of course, a walk, while it does provide another base runner, 1 run would win the game regardless. That brings the double play into effect.
You wonder if that means that changes how aggressive Olcott is here on the mound on a 3-2 count.
3-2, swing and a miss from Stowicki. He'll go down swinging. for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Ben Leonard.
See right here, didn't want to throw anything into the zone, ended up throwing that same breaking ball that got Stowicki swinging on that second strike, I should say.
Ben Leonard going to be intentionally walked to face Connor Bowman, whose last time up did pull a base hit through that third base side into left field. I guess with Leonard having the home run on the day and an overall very successful series, you don't want to face him.
Yeah, and as you said, opens up the double play. You can see, of course, Chessie and Foley in position to go for that in double play depth with one away. Ground ball by Bowman, and that could mean we're headed back to the ninth.
If you're the Jumbos, you have one rule right now. Nothing on the ground, or at least nothing on the ground that could possibly result in 2 outs. Connor Bowman not known to bunt, however, you do have Patrick Solomon in waiting.
And we know Solomon is definitely one that is familiar with clutch hits late in games.
0-1 from Alcott. Ripped by Bowman. Going back into right center is McKenzie. He'll pick that one up. Whitfield going to go over and tag. He'll be over to third. Leonard, of course, had to make a move over to second so that if the ball lands, Bowman would have the ability to be safe at first. So he's not going to advance. But 2 outs and the game-winning run is 90 feet away for Patrick Solomon.
Yeah, job well done from Bowman. You can see that swing there, just a little bit outside of the zone, but was able to get a barrel on it, send it deep enough into the outfield and on that right side that Whitfield was able to advance to third on the sac fly. So really nice job. Situational hitting paying off. Again, as you said, Jumbos just did not want to give anything there on the ground. And now runners on the corners. Base hit from Solomon winning the game.
Andrew, is runner on the corners. Do they dare double steal to win the game?
We saw it work earlier on in this matchup. I believe the third inning was when that run, second inning, sorry, I should say, when that run came in. And it seemed like Bowdoin didn't really have a plan for it. We can see right now that the coaching staff having a discussion about that potential scenario. Whitfield, as we already saw, stole a base just a couple of plays ago, and is quick. I have to imagine there's some trick play in place because you do not care about the advancement of Leonard here on this, other than a force out at second. Your priority is to make sure that run does not score.
Have to agree with you there, Andrew. I think you just let Leonard freely take the base in the event that that happens, and I have to imagine that was something that was said in the conference. If he runs, do not throw that ball down. There he is. Leonard going to freely take the base, just as we were talking about it. Good discipline there by Simos. If he throwed that one back, almost certainly the game would end. Now it'll have to be on Solomon's hands if he wishes to put this one in the books. Oh, 1 from Alcott. Hit into play. That one's going to go right into the glove of Foley. That'll be out number 3. The Polar Bears bend, but they do not break. No run comes home, and we're going to head to the top of the 9th, still in a tied 3-3 ball game. Jumbo's not able to close that one out. We are back in the top of the 9th, still tied 3-3. Lucas Chai is going to start things off for the Polar Bears. Grounds that one right back to Mayer. Good pick off the ground. He'll throw that over to the new first baseman, Connor Davidson, who comes in to replace Malcolm Whitfield, who pinch ran for Connor Flavin. And Andrew, between innings, we had a conversation about how in that mound visit, they almost certainly were talking about what to do if they tried to double steal. And that's when you brought up a very interesting point about the double steal. It's not quite that you need to steal the base, is it? As we see this ball get fouled off.
Oh yeah, first of all, pitchers on the field doing their work on the defensive end today, I'll tell you that. A strategy that I had in high school with some of my teammates was if I was on first base, runner on third, I would try to just shuffle my way over to second base, get into a rundown, and then perhaps they would be distracted enough with me that I would buy enough time for the runner on third to score. I don't know if that was a situation that was discussed, as we of course are in collegiate baseball, not whatever lower league I was playing in back in the day. So
it's a 1-2 count to a pinch hitter, Christian O'Brien, replacing Nick Merrill. O'Brien has a 125 batting average on the season in the limited amount of at-bats that he's had. 2-2 count from Mayer. That one inside. I'm going to go all the way back to the backstop for ball 3. So after being ahead 0-2, Mayer trying to give some enticing pitches, but none have caught the zone. None have got O'Brien to swing. The count has run full. O'Brien will swing at that one, however, foul it off into the parking lot. That one hit a car.
Oh, I heard the thud, the dreaded thud.
O'Brien does not have a walk on the season, has struck out 4 times, but he's putting up one hell of an at-bat so far.
Being a pinch hitter in a situation like this on top of it is such a tough spot to be in. I mean, you can look at matchups all you want, but coming in cold, always a tough job.
Coming in cold means nothing to O'Brien. He'll give a bat flip over to his teammates as he records a walk, and now Polar Bears will find themselves in the same situation the Jumbos had in the previous inning with a runner on that will potentially put them in front to stay. The shortstop, Liam Foley, who put an end to the Jumbos' bottom of the 8th, will be the batter, but I believe we're going to see a pitching change coming in. Cameron Mayer, who had himself a stellar outing, only allowing 1 hit in the 5 1/3 innings that he has pitched, after issuing the walk to Christian O'Brien, will be replaced. It's none other than the Long Island boy himself, Brendan McFall. Got to represent my home region. He is only 2 towns over from me from Oceanside.
And before we start to talk about McFall, because trust me, there's a lot to talk about with McFall, what a performance by Mayer. Of course, coming into this new role of being that extended reliever out of the bullpen. I think he had, 6 innings or 5 or 6 innings of spotless work. Only 1 hit, I believe, allowed, and a couple of walks, as you mentioned earlier. But I mean, the ability to come in a situation like this, hold down Bowdoin after that 3-run shot was given up in the 3rd, has really given the Jumbos an opportunity. Now, they haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet, but again, a good shot. You have top of your order coming up once again in the bottom of the 9th. It's Brendan McFall, who has been dominant all season when given these 1 to 2 inning out opportunities. It's a really good spot for Tufts to be in, a large part thanks to Mayer.
Yeah, the final scoreline for Cameron Mayer, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 1 hit to the first batter that he saw in the game, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks given up by Mayer in his extended relief. And now it's Brendan McFall. And Andrew, Brendan McFall is another one of the Jumbos pitchers who's kind of been reformatted in a sense. You know, last season he was in their rotation, which they tried to mess around with, having 5 true starting pitchers who could go extended innings, and now he's been a lights-out closer.
Yeah, I mean, going into 2021, had a brilliant starting pitching season. Of course, was a reason why the Jumbos were able to make it to that NESCAC championship game that year. A complete game shutout to send them to the finals against Amherst. And last year, not going to lie, got shelled a little bit. It seemed like he was able to get through the first half of the game of his start relatively well, and then after that, things started to unravel for him a little bit. And coming into this year out of the bullpen, we've seen that in action. When he's in for 1 inning, 2 innings of work, has yet to allow a single run. He's gone 5, up until last week against Amherst, 5 games, 7 innings pitched, without allowing a single hit.
In those 5 games, all 5 were recorded saves. McFall, batters against him are posting a measly 128 batting average against. No one is yet to take this man for extra bases. And the first pitch he issues will hit Liam Foley and put the runner in scoring position for the Polar Bears. And after talking up McFall so much, first pitch he issues, an errant throw, which will, for Jumbo's fans, hopefully not come back to bite them in the butt. And for Bowdoin fans, be the start of the walk to the grave of Game 1 for what they would hope to be a Bowdoin W.
And something I was about to bring up is just the velocity that McFall provides, and you saw it there on that hit by pitch. You, of course, hope everything's good with Foley, just off the shoulder, so immediate area of the body. But, I mean, the speed is really where McFall comes to play and has velocity unlike anybody here in the NESCAC.
McFall's first pitch to Ben McKenzie, low for a ball. Second pitch, just the same. Early struggles for Brendan McFall. Of course, there is 1 out, so the double play ball would end the inning. And McFall, no stranger to a ground ball. Going to be down the middle for a strike. And Andrew, it seems as soon as I see McFall in his extended position about to whip in a ball, I hear the thud of that ball being in the mid of Connor Bowman. He is just turning up the gas today. Going to go to an off-speed pitch there, however, for a second strike. Falling behind 2-0, working back.
An interesting thing to note is that McFall, of course, after that walk issued by Mayer, had to start his outing from the stretch. Of course, that's not something that relievers traditionally have to deal with. We'll see if that ends up being a factor here in this ninth.
2-2 outside for a ball. Full count now to McKenzie. This pitch, almost certainly the most important one of the game.
Of course, Bowdoin's not very active on the base path, but you wonder if we see a steal attempt out of Foley at second base going to third. Bowman, of course, has a big arm, so be a bit hesitant.
3-2 pitch is going to bounce in front of the plate. McKenzie, after being ahead, will record a walk. The bases are loaded. There is 1 out. The runner that would represent the lead run for the Polar Bears 90 feet away in Christian O'Brien.
And here comes Simos. Of course, has been somebody who was intentionally walked the last time he was up due to how menacing of a threat he can be at the dish. Now with the bases loaded, it's a tough spot for the Jumbos.
McFall in desperate need of a strikeout. First pitch is going to be fouled off, but just out of play. Solomon trying to run back and follow that one, realizing it'll go into the bullpen. I have to imagine someone in there is probably shouting, "Stop, stop, it's not going to get there, it's not going to get there, you can't get there." Regardless, it'll be a strike recorded against Simos, one of the 3 that McFall wants. Second pitch, hit foul, same spot. Good job by Christian O'Brien there. That one was going for his head. Fell out of the way very nicely. Is a taller human.
I mean, you could see just even a batter here like Simos still late on these fastballs coming in from McFall.
0-2 pitch coming in from McFall. Simos will take a ball. Is some motion going on in the Jumbo bullpen in the event that maybe a runner comes home? Just to try and minimize the damage, as the bases will likely remain filled with runners in scoring position if we are to get there. The 1-2 pitch from McFall, high for a ball. Count now 2-2.
Second straight count where McFall has been able to take his opponent to 2 strikes. Unfortunately, has yet to record an out here in this inning. So hit by pitch and a walk.
2-2 from McFall. Low for ball 3. And now another ball will bring home a run for the Polar Bears and keep the bases loaded. McFall needing everything for this next one.
Simos for sure has the green light. He's going to be sitting fastball here, knowing a pitch in the zone has to be on the way.
3-2 from McFall. Grounded foul.
Another tense situation. Jordan, can you believe we have another game after this between these two teams?
This is the first of the battles of the day, and battle is an understatement for the amount of competition that has been poured into this one. We'll do full count again. The payoff pitch from McFall. Fouled back. I do believe I'm seeing 22 on the jersey of the warming up pitcher in the Jumbo bullpen. That's Liam Wilson. We'll see if he finds himself in this game, or if McFall will be able to record an out and hopefully put up a blank spot. Three-two pitch. High in play. Leonard going to come over. O'Brien likely to tag. Leonard's got it. He's going to throw in. The throw strong to Solomon. O'Brien never even had a chance at that one. He'll stay put. Big out number 2 for the Jumbos. The count no longer full. Now have that little extra bit of comfort. McFall with a very needed out. Got what he earned. And with 2 outs, 1 out more would leave the bases loaded, as everyone will hike back into the dugout. It's the third baseman, CJ Brito Trinidad up at bat against Brendan McFall.
Yeah, and Simos was just under that, a little bit more distance there, and Leonard would have had a tough play to try and get that runner out at home plate. So really nice, good break for the Jumbos. Nice play by Leonard and a good throw to make sure that runner does not score.
1-0 from McFall. Low for another ball. McFall struggling with his control, struggling to find the zone, but has been able to dial back from these positions in some of the previous at-bats.
And we've seen him actually turn towards that breaking pitch a little bit more often than usual. We'll see if that is the move here to try and get him back in a rhythm. 2-0
fouled back. Going straight with the gas on that one.
And that was a great pitch, right? It was a good spot. And Brito Trinidad unable to fully connect on that one.
Multiple Jumbos now getting up in the bullpen. Gavin Brown starting to get loose as well. McFall dialing one in there for a called ball. 3-1 now. McFall in another sticky situation where a potential walk would give the Polar Bears the lead.
Yeah, that outside corner not getting called for either team on either side of the plate. Another tense situation for McFall as he has to work his way out of a hitter's count.
McFall needing to throw a strike. Throws one for a called strike. I think Burrito Trinidad might have tried to sell that one a little bit by shuffling backwards. Andrew, do we have a potential replay for that one?
Oh, I want to make sure that we get this last 3-2 pitch here, because
you know what? That's fair. 3-2, 2 out. Runners will be in motion. Pitch from McFall, grounded. Fleischer's got it. He's going to go over to first to Davidson. He's got that one too. The Jumbos bend, but also do not break. No run's going to come home. The bases remain loaded. They are left there for the Polar Bears. McFall works out of the jam. No runs on the board for the Polar Bears in the top of the 9th, and we'll be back in walk-off situations yet again for the Jumbos. Bottom of the 9th, Jack Olcott going to remain on the mound for the Polar Bears. Did find himself in a little bit of a jam in the previous inning, but ultimately no runs came home, hence why we're at this point right now. 9-1 and 2 due up for the Jumbos. Ozzie Fleischer going to start things off. He's 2 for 3 on the day with 2 base hits. Lays down a bunt. Olcott going to come over, try and make a play. Throw over is well in time. Fleischer too much on the bunt, too far of a push, not able to grab that one. O'Brien will remain in the game as the first baseman. He received that one from Olcott. 1 pitch, 1 out.
You know, down in the lineup, trying to flip the order perhaps. Fleischer thought that could use his speed to maybe get a free base hit, but unfortunately, even with the third baseman and Brito Trinidad back, went right back to the pitcher, and Olcott was able to make a play.
Just pushed that one too close to the pitcher, too far away from the line. That one's going to get through for a base hit. Foley able to cut that one off as he was playing deep in the infield. However, Fleckner was well down the line, so the Jumbos will have their base runner, and it'll be Jesse McCullough up at bat.
Nice piece of hitting there. You saw even Brito Trinidad cheated a little bit towards that right side, kind of in that shortstop position almost, but still able to get into the gap. A nice piece of hitting the opposite side by Henry Fleckner.
Jesse McCullough looking to be the hero. Ball outside. Jumbos with plenty of base runners in these extra innings, but have yet to find the one at-bat that will bring them home.
Of course, double play still in play. McCullough, of course, hit a ground ball his last at-bat. And so, could definitely be a factor here. And for a game that was intended to be 7 innings, I mean, we're already into the 9th. We might go to 10.
Another check in on Fleckner. Nice job by Olcott since he's come in to control the base runners. That pitch going to be high and still in the zone. So up at the letters and outside to McCullough for a called strike. McCullough going to read what his third base coach is calling for. Potential hit and run situation.
Hey, Fleckner's pretty fast. I would not be super surprised.
Fleckner's already running. Taken. They're going to give him the base. Interesting decision.
I think it's less giving him the base and more that he got such a good jump that Simos just really didn't have a play. The speed of Henry Fleckner once again being a factor here, and one hit will score the game-winning run. And hey, no force out at second anymore.
3-1 hitters count for McCullough. Game-winning run now in scoring position. Pitch from Olcott outside, ball 4. McCullough's going to walk, take his base. Now, Jimmy Evans, who brought in the first run of the game for the Jumbos, will be the batter. 0 for 4 today, but that can all be quickly erased.
What a big spot this is for Jimmy Evans. Of course, had that massive game yesterday against the Polar Bears with 3 hits. Would love to get another one onto the board right now.
The speed of Fleckner. Evans manages to pull one fair. They're giving him the line. That one bounced. Fleckner going to advance over. Simos not going to throw. Good call there by Jimmy Evans to let Fleckner know he can take that. Simos tried to keep that one in front of him, not able to do it. And now with 1 out and a runner on third, sac fly could end the game.
McCullough elected not to go there on that play, but still means that we'll have a good position here for the Jumbos. Just, again, a base hit, a fly ball from Evans, and this game could be over.
And with that being the case, the sac fly ending the game being on the table, Bowdoin has made a defensive substitution. Ben McKenzie is no longer out in center field. They're going instead with number 1, Mike Moynihan in center field. That defensive substitution for what I have to imagine is just a stronger arm who can get a better throw in the event that Evans does fly one out there to prevent Fleckner from scoring.
You can see that game-winning runner. Fleckner just 90 feet away, and it looks like it's going to be an intentional walk.
With the errant throw and the runner on third. They don't want to face the power of Jimmy Evans. Instead, they're going to choose to match up with what I would argue is potentially an even more power hitter in Connor Davidson.
Davidson, of course, entering this game after the pinch runner came in for Flavin. Had a great year so far, and this would be an icing on top of the cake, a pinch hit walk-off. Bases
loaded, one out. Connor Davidson, first pitch swinging. That one is hit out into center field. Coming in is Moynihan. Moynihan going to throw in. Fleckner is there, and he's safe! And he's safe! Connor Davidson, first pitch swinging in his only at-bat in game number 1. Hits it just far enough to bring home Fleckner, and the Jumbos will win it in walk-off fashion.
I mean, you look at that situation there, Jordan, and you do not expect a sac fly to come through. That was a shallow fly ball to Moynihan, who, again, was the defensive replacement that just then. But the speed of Fleckner is just too much to handle for the Polar Bears, and the Jumbos come up with a gritty Game 1 victory of this doubleheader. I mean, overall, the pitching, I think, is where you have to give the credit. Only one swing of the bat that resulted in RBIs for Bowdoin. It was that 3-run shot in the 3rd inning. Lights out after that. Incredible performance by both McFall and Mayer to make sure the Jumbos end up on top.
It was a perfect set of circumstances for the Jumbos and an unfortunate set of circumstances for Bowdoin. That bounced ball that Simos just wasn't able to control ends up putting the runner on third. At that point, it was some game time decisions that needed to be made. The intentional walk to Evans, was it the right move? Was it not? But at the end of the day, all that matters is Connor Davidson got into that batter's box. He got a pitch that he could put into play, and he hit it just far enough to bring home Fleckner, who has excellent speed, put that one spot on the board in the bottom of the 9th, close it out 4-3. Jumbos win. What a game. That'll end the first game of the doubleheader. The second game, of course, will start, I believe, roughly in 30 minutes is typically the rule, since we have gone past that mark where 30 minutes would take us to 3 o'clock. So stay with us, because game number 2 will be here on JumboCast. Andrew, I believe you're going to be on the call for that one.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. We'll be right back with game 2 between Tufts and Bowdoin. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Saul Goodman Park once again. Game 3 of this series between the Jumbos and the Polar Bears. Of course, Tufts already winning this series, taking the first 2 games. A walk-off sacrifice fly by Connor Davidson in the bottom of the 10th inning secured the win for the Jumbos, but they'll look to sweep this one here, make it an even 3-0, as the Polar Bears will look to try to get a win after losing their last 2 games. I'm Andrew Howe, joined alongside a very special guest, Bob Jakes, former Tufts baseball manager. Knows a lot about the team, knows a lot about the game. Should be a good time. Bob,
yeah,
how are you doing?
I mean, I'm absolutely psyched to be out here. It's a beautiful day out, 65, pretty sunny, you know, a couple of clouds, but I'm just absolutely amped to be out here. Great day for baseball, so this should be a good game. Yeah,
the Jumbos have already taken the field. It will be a 7-inning contest after, of course, that original first game was intended to last 7, but of course went to 10. Let's take a look at who will be coming to the plate for the Polar Bears to match up against the Jumbos. Take a look here at the lineup. Batting first, of course, a very similar lineup to what was in game number 2. It will be Mackenzie. Simos will be DHing, then Brito Trinidad, Kevin Murray, then Peckler, Chessie, Merrill, Chris Dinks, a catcher, coming in, replacing Simos, who was behind the plate in game number 1, and Liam Foley at the shortstop position. And we take a look at the defensive alignment for the Jumbos. Things have looking very, very similar for them across the outfield. The only change here is that Clay Sowell will be replacing Todd Stawicki in that DH position. About to get underway here. Leadoff batter for the Polar Bears, Mackenzie, steps up to the plate. Connor Pedeswa, of course, having a very solid sophomore year campaign after tearing it up his first year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking if you're Bowdoin here, you just got to jump all over Pedeswa in this first inning. You know, try to jump on fastballs early in the count. You know, having a really aggressive approach here. You know, try to knock Pedeswa, the starter, out in 3 to 4 innings. You know, work into the Tufts bullpen.
First pitch was a ball, so was the second. Pedeswa deals inside, so a quick 3-0 count here for the leadoff batter in Mackenzie. Mackenzie, of course, opening up this season, hitting .400 entering today's game. The pitch. In there for a strike.
Definitely a good count for Mackenzie here. He's going to be looking for a fastball right in his wheelhouse.
Hitter's count, 3-1 is grounded to third. Solomon will make the play for the first out of the inning. So 1 away here, a nice play there by Solomon over at third base, and with that, here comes now the designated hitter, Steven Simos. Pop up into shallow left field. Fleischer settles under it. There's 2 away.
Yeah, that wind is blowing pretty good now, coming in from left field, kind of blowing across the diamond, so not expecting much carry today, and balls hit the left field, so.
So quick 2 outs here for Pedeswa as Brito Trinidad comes to the plate. CJ Brito Trinidad had a lot of at-bats in that last game. Was hit by a pitch, reached base a couple of times, and now has the opportunity to get some more offensive power onto the board. Was a very solid hitter last year as well. The 2-0. In there for a strike. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Their second game of this doubleheader. As a big swing from Brito Trinidad comes up empty. Popped up in foul territory. Running after it is Flavin, and just is able to make the catch right outside of the dugout.
Play.
A good play by the first baseman, and the Jumbos will go out of this inning 1-2-3, as we can expect them to come to bat. Firing, of course, the Jumbos, they had in game number 2 or game number 1 of this doubleheader here, Bob, had some good offense at the beginning of the game, but kind of slowed down as the pitching staff kind of got under control.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Tufts here, you already won this series. I mean, I think you go out there, you just want to get some runs on the board, fire early, jump on this pitcher, get another win in the win column. All these wins matter, especially as it gets closer to the playoffs. These interconference, interdivision games, like they all matter for seeding, down the line. So I'm expecting Tufts to kind of go out here, nothing to lose in this game, really. So.
Yeah, you already took the series victory, of course, and now with just NESCAC record at stake, seeding here in the East might come down to the wire. Of course, a lot of these teams in the NESCAC very competitive with each other. And we'll see what Bowdoin ends up bringing to the table. They got a freshman pitcher coming to the mound in Luca McCurley Coronado, of course, class of 2026 out of Berkeley, California. We can take a look at some of his stats for the 2023 season. Has appeared in 2 outings. Both of them were losses. One last time up was last Sunday against Trinity, where he went 1 2/3 innings with no earned runs, but had 2 unearned runs with 3 strikeouts. It's a good opportunity here for this freshman pitcher to get some looks against a jumbo lineup that, of course, has been tough throughout the year.
Yeah, I just definitely think it's important for Coronado here. Just keep the ball down in the zone. Locate that fastball, stay on top of all the off-speed pitches.
Reminder, we are playing 7 innings in this abbreviated game. It is senior day here at Gittleman Park for the Jumbos. A lot of Bowdoin fans in attendance as well. So they hopefully can see their team take a victory. New player, of course, behind the plate for the Polar Bears in Chris Dirks. Jumbos, though, running with the same defensive alignment, even though a back-to-back doubleheader. Connor Bowman going to get that start at the catcher position. Jumbos come to the plate. First up, of course, is the center fielder, Henry Fleckner. First pitch right in the inside corner for a strike. One and one. Fleckner entering today, 275 with 769 OPS. Went 3 for 4 with 3 doubles against MIT just a couple of weeks ago. The 1-1. Hanging breaking ball just inside, says the umpire. McCurley Coronado sets and deals. Fly ball, right field. Going back is Peckler, still back at the track, and it's just foul. Just to the right of the foul pole. It was a long run for Peckler, and unfortunately Fleckner unable to straighten that one out.
Yeah, you can definitely see the wind playing into that ball right there. I mean, definitely not hit super hard off the bat, but pretty close to the warning track there. So, we'll see if just getting the ball up in the air to right field, might be a problem today for both teams.
Yeah, that was definitely a big difference maker in game number 1, where there were so many home runs to that right field fence. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Fleckner. Pitch, breaking ball, and it's just again called a ball. It seems like catcher's receiving that pitch right in the strike zone, but the umpire not going to be calling that. Now the count goes full. Here's the payoff, and Fleckner will work a leadoff walk for the Jumbos.
Just great at bat by Fleckner there, just not biting on anything. Really just keeping a good eye, trying to get his pitch.
And now, of course, Fleckner on the base paths means he is a threat to steal. The Jumbos, one of the most volatile teams on the base path this season. And Fleckner is a large reason behind that, entering today with 12 stolen bases, only even caught once.
Yeah, and that absolutely makes plays a huge difference having a runner on first and then second. So, having that runner in scoring position, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it takes the force away as well. McCullough, of course, had a solid opening to game number 2, or this first game today. Had a triple into the left center field corner, or right in the gap, I should say. Going to try to replicate that today, as Bowdoin has been very aggressive with their pickoff moves against Tufts. the 1-0 in there for a strike. Freshman McCullough getting a nice opportunity and making the most out of it here in the 2-hole. Runner goes. Hit and run situation. Ball is lined down the right field line and foul. See the Jumbos go for that hit and run a lot here, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good to get that runner in motion. You know that could turn just a base hit from the runner going to second to third. You know, and that plays a huge difference having that runner on third versus second too. So, I think that's a really smart play. I like Coach Fagdis' aggression on the base path there.
Jumping out to an early lead would definitely be a good thing here for the Jumbos when they already used McFall in that last game. Runner goes again, pitches high. The throw over to second is not in time as the ball gets past the infield. Fleckner's going to run over to third. We'll see if McKenzie can make the throw. It's going to be a close play, but he's there in time. A stolen base and then an advancement off of the error for Henry Fleckner, and the Jumbos are 90 feet away from scoring their first run. The aggression playing well there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now McCullough's just got to get the ball, into the outfield. Anything in the air will probably score a run here. Anything that drops will definitely score a run. So just put the ball in play here.
Corners are in. 2-2 count here to Jesse McCullough. The pitch, foul back. Of course, it's still early on in this game, but giving up a run here in the first, if avoidable, is definitely something that Bowdoin could look to do. Of course, if the ball is hit somewhere up the middle, they will be ceding that run. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, lined into right field. But there to make the play is Peckler. Tagging is Fleckner. He will score easily. It's a sac fly from McCullough. A hard hit one at that, and the Jumbos are on the board.
Yeah, that's just a really great piece of hitting. Just hitting that ball over the right side. That'll move that run in 100% every time. So great piece of hitting right there.
Score now 1-0 in favor of Tufts through the just first two batters of the game. Here's Jimmy Evans, 3-hitter, right fielder today. Has had a good time against his Bowdoin pitching staff in game number 1. Went 3 for 5 with a home run and a double. And will line that pitch deep into center field. Going back is McKenzie, settling under it and making the play for the second out. But a walk and then two hard pieces of hitting here for the Jumbos. They are seeing the balls well out of McCurley Coronado. So 2 outs here as Connor Flavin comes to the plate. The 0-1. Pop foul. Flavin, of course, coming in as not only a great hitter and a great first baseman, but a good leader for the Jumbos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely kind of taken up that role as being the guy on the team this year, being that big bat in the lineup, after losing a couple of big bats last year in Di Maria and Miles Reed. So.
Upstairs, 1-2. Flavin was pinch ran for earlier in game number 1 as Malcolm Whitfield ended up coming around and being a menace on the base pass as that pitch is fouled back.
Thinking if you're Coronado here, this has got to be the best pitch that he's thrown so far this game. Just nice, sharp locate.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 run already on the board for the Jumbos. And the pitch. Popped up to right. Peckler, just shy of the track, is looking towards it and will make a running play. That wind once again playing a factor
absolutely.
to retire the side.
That ball was popped pretty straight up into the air and it's on the warning track. So I'm thinking that's going to be a huge problem today for both sides, both teams.
The sacrifice fly out of Jesse McCullough gets the Jumbos onto the board. We've played 1. They lead 1-0. We'll be right back after this. Top of the second here between Tufts and Bowdoin. Connor Pedeswa back on the mound for his second inning of work. Andrew Howe and Bob Jakes here with the call. First pitch to Murray. Murray, of course, with that big 3-run home run earlier today. Takes a big hack, count 1-1.
Yeah, Murray hitting 370 this year so far. He's definitely looking to jump on a fastball here, put a charge in a ball, do some damage.
Yeah, big jump, especially in that power department this season for Murray. Last year, hit 233 with a 646 OPS, only 2 home runs. He's already passed that, and we're barely halfway through the year in 2023.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes, just making an adjustment from one year to the next, and you're in the lineup and you're having a great year.
Definitely seeing the ball well as he pops that one down the right field line and foul. 2-2 count. Pedeswa from the windup will deal. And the breaking ball is in there for a strike. Called strikeout as Murray's down looking.
So far, Pedeswa looking pretty sharp here.
Has retired his first 4 batters as that pitch is grounded to second. And McCullough will make the play to retire Peckler. Pedeswa has allowed a decent amount of contact so far this season, which is not necessarily what you would have expected. A 300 batting average against, but you can tell when he's going, he has good stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was the 2021 Gatorade State Player of the Year for the state of Connecticut. So I mean, this he's a really good player. I mean, he came into the Tufts originally as a two-way guy, kind of found more of his niche role as a starting pitcher, but he's kind of really got that attitude about him. He's got that demeanor on the mound. He wants to strike you out, and that's just like the way he looks. That's the way he pitches. So
1-1, swung on and missed. Now, Pedeswa, I believe, has 1 at-bat throughout the entirety of the season so far, but it is senior day. Of course, Pedeswa not a senior, but maybe we'll see some Jumbos get a look at the plate as that pitch is skied deep into center field. Going back is Fleckner, turning and looking, and it's gone! A solo shot out of Chessie. And Bowdoin has evened this game right back up.
Just great piece of hitting by Chessie right there. Just going with that outside pitch, just hitting it up in the air, let the wind take it. And no surprise that ball went out.
Luke Chessie, that is his 3rd home run of the season. And has been hitting well, especially this series here in Medford. Another really good look for Bowdoin as they definitely want to stay competitive here in this game. Here's Merrill.
It's definitely a good job by Pedeswa just getting back up. Don't let that home run wear down on you a little bit too much.
Yeah, and he's going to be gone in 3 straight pitches. There's a drop third strike, but Merrill did not want to end up going on that one. But overall, a solid inning for Pedeswell, except for that one massive shot by Luke Chessie. It ties up the game. We're at 1 apiece heading to the bottom of the second inning. We'll be right back. We here at JumboCast would like to extend a warm welcome to Giving Camp, who is in the audience with us today. Giving Camp is an organization that connects Tufts students with members of the disability community in the Medford-Somerville area. Their mission is simple: to build meaningful relationships and create opportunities for both the students and members of the disability community. To learn more and to try to give help to Giving Camp, you can go to tuftslcs.com/giving-camp. They also have a booth there with us today. Thank you for Giving Camp for being around, and if you want to, again, give support to the community, you can check out that website. Here in the bottom of the second inning, score tied 1 apiece. It was a sac fly by McCullough in the bottom of the first, and an immediate response with Luke Chessie sending one deep into right center field for a solo shot. We're here for the 5, 6, and 7 batters here in the Jumbo lineup. Leading off is a face that we haven't seen in quite a while here for the Jumbos. Is Clay Soul, the senior out of Kingwood, Texas. Of course, has been a player who has had great looks and great power. But now finally getting an opportunity back in the lineup today, Bob.
Yeah, so, I mean, he burst onto the scene sophomore year. It's just one of those, power bats. He hits the ball hard and with a ton of backspin. So, when that ball gets up into the air, it goes far.
Luca McCurley Coronado out once again. First pitch swinging and fouled back.
Yeah, you can see it in that swing right there. He's looking to put a charge into a ball right now.
In an abbreviated 2021 season, as you were alluding to, Sowell hit .404 with an .877 slugging percentage, 6 home runs in just 15 games. He was named to the NESCAC All-First Team, of course, and also the All-NCAA D3 4th Team. So definitely has that power. He's able to make contact here with the ball. And that's going to hit him. Make contact with the player as Sowell will reach on a hit-by-pitch. So once again, leadoff runner is on, not via a hit for the Jumbos, and with, of course, with Sowell reaching, Ben Leonard, the left fielder, will come to the plate.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you're Coronado here, just keeping that ball in the outside corner, keeping the ball down low, look for a ground ball here, maybe spin a double play.
First pitch is a strike. You see Brito Trinidad working in, playing kind of on the edge of the dirt, waiting for a potential opportunity to catch that ground ball in turn 2. So it's at first, 0-1 count. What? So thought about going as that pitch is fouled back. I think the Jumbos here, they know how worried Bowdoin seems to be about them on the base paths. They just want to add as much pressure as they possibly can.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping the runners honest here today, and I don't blame them.
0-2 count to Ben Leonard. McCurley Coronado deals. Just outside, ball gets past the catcher, and Sowell will be able to advance to second. The throw too late. Chris Dirks unable to keep a hold off of that one, and now Clay Sowell is standing on scoring position. Should be a passed ball here for Dirks. Now a base hit by Leonard can send home another run.
Thinking there might be some kind of pitch clock violation here. Yeah.
I didn't know there was a pitch clock here in collegiate. Is that just something that kind of is internally timed?
Yeah, so there's no like visible countdown that any kind of fan can see, but the umpire is keeping track. So you see that count will move to 2-2 now.
Wow, so a ball given, and you can see, of course, Coach Mike Connolly not really happy about that decision. McCurley Coronado did make an attempt towards second base, so perhaps the argument is that that would be considered a disengagement and reset the clock. And perhaps the umpire not agreeing with that call.
Yeah, these pitchers, there's, kind of two styles of pickoff moves to second base, sort of like the pickup and crane where he kind of swoop around or he steps off, but it looked like he stepped off there, so.
It was certainly just like a timing play,
Yeah.
not wanting to really catch Sowell out. Well, now the count is 2-2 to Leonard. And the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Leonard down on strikes.
Definitely an ideal scenario there for Coronado getting that strikeout.
Still a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Fly ball to right field would likely advance Sowell to third.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you're Bowman here, you're just looking for an outside fastball. Just go with it, push it to right field, move that runner over.
Yeah, we can feel the wind blow in our direction again on the first base line, and so we've seen that ball travel. And we'll see if McCurley Coronado will think about throwing something outside. Another look towards second base as they're really keeping track of Sowell. 1 stolen base on the season, had 2 in 2022. I know the Jumbos steal a lot, but I would not necessarily think Sowell is the one to do it.
Yeah, definitely not a speed guy, but he had a really nice read on that kind of the ball that popped out of the catcher's mitt there, going from first to second. So he's a smart player. He knows what's going on. So there's nothing wrong with keeping him honest there.
And you can see again just McCurley Coronado trying to keep things on his own time as him and Dirks have a conference on the mound. Bowman, of course, had a very important base hit late in that last game to help the Jumbos come away with the victory there. Now getting his first look of the day. And another look towards second base. Bowman entering today, hitting .264, 7 RBIs and 4 doubles. The pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike.
That's a really nice pitch to start that at-bat off. It's just so critically important just getting ahead of batters as pitchers. You really want to be in a good count.
And with all of the pickoff moves that have been going on, maybe just making sure that you get a pitch in there for a strike. Definitely a good sign. The 0-1 is grounded to first. And Merrill will make the play himself. Runner advances to third on the play, and Sowell is now 90 feet away from another run.
Yeah, I know that wasn't a hit or anything, but that's just a really nice job by Bowman, going with that pitch, hitting it to the right side, moving that runner over.
So now 2 outs here. All right. Yes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning as Patrick Solomon, now in the 8 hole for the second time today, steps into the box. Pitches popped foul. Solomon, in that last game, had a couple of stolen bases. Of course, had that trip around all the way around the base paths in the second inning after stole a base and the ball got past. And we will drive that one into center field. Running after it is McKenzie. He can't make the play, and the ball goes to the wall. 1 run score. Solomon is rounding second. He's going to head towards third. Throw not going to be in time. It is a triple for Patrick Solomon, and an RBI at that as Sowell will score. Tufts leads 2-1.
Definitely see that wind pushing that ball. That started off, more towards center field, and then kind of just leaked off into right, and got by the center fielder. Solomon just ripping out of the box as soon as that ball left the bat. So no surprise he got to third there.
Yeah, he has the speed, of course, leading the team in stolen bases by a wide margin. And that's an impressive thing to say, considering the speed on this team. Now standing on third base, or taking a lead right off of it. Ozzie Fleischer going to try to continue the scoring here for the Jumbos as they have 2 consecutive innings with a run scored.
I definitely am really impressed with Coronado's approach to this Jumbos lineup. As a freshman young guy, he's really attacking these hitters. He's not afraid.
And Fleischer sends one up the middle, but a nice play by the second baseman in Chessie to retire the side. But the damage was done. An RBI triple out of Patrick Solomon gets the Jumbos back in front. We're headed to the third. Score Jumbos 2, Bowdoin 1. Head into the third inning of play between the Jumbos and the Bowdoin Polar Bears. Third game of this series of NESCAC play. Jumbos still undefeated, both at home and within their conference, at least, of course, within games that are considered conference play. They did drop one to Amherst, but, of course, with Amherst being in the west, Tufts being in the east, not counted as that matchup for record. 8-9-1. For the Polar Bears, Dirk swings and misses, 1-1. Pitch downstairs. Chris Dirks, a sophomore out of Danvers, Massachusetts, hitting 400, 4 for 10, I should say, with 2 doubles in the limited time he has appeared. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
I think it's critically important here for Bowdoin to get a runner on, put a little bit of pressure on Padejwa.
The 2-2. Grounded. Chopper right down the middle. Fleischer's going to have a tough play, and he is safe at first base. So Dirks will reach on an infield single. Tough play for Fleischer, but the athletic effort was not able to result in an out.
Love the hustle from Dirks. Definitely not the swing you wanted, definitely not the outcome, but, you just rip right out of the box and get down for a hit.
By any means necessary, of course, as Jumbos and the Polar Bears have traded 1 run apiece in the last 3 half innings. First pitch to Foley is down the third baseline and foul. Foley has played a majority of his games at third base, but as of earlier today, swapped positions with CJ Brito Trinidad into that shortstop position. Foley opened up the season incredibly hot. Multiple games with 2 or 3 hits. But has been a little bit quieter as of late. They're, of course, sticking him here in the 9 slot. Of course, had some very productive at-bats with both a sacrifice and a hit by pitch and a walk and a run scored. But hasn't recorded a hit in quite a while. And that is a 3-pitch strikeout as Foley goes down looking.
Yeah, and that's just baseball. Sometimes you get really hot and you get really cold. It's a very streaky sport, so just got to get up there, have a good at bat, and get back on track.
And sometimes even opportunities like reaching on a walk and scoring off of that could maybe light the spark a little bit, as McKenzie gets hit by a pitch and will make his way over to first base.
Definitely a big opportunity for Bowdoin here.
Yeah, 2 runners on. Simos, of course. Simos, I apologize, has had a really, really good time at the plate, both last year and then, of course, here today or this past weekend here in Medford. Popped up to Fleischer, his last at-bat, and going to lay down a bunt, actually. A nicely placed one. It's going to be a tough play for Pedeswa. A strong throw is not in time. An infield bunt single for Simos as he can do it all ways. Bases are juiced with only 1 out.
That's just a really great job by Simos. I mean, perfect bunt. All the runners advance. He's safe at first. Gets a hit there. Couldn't have asked to do it any better.
And a really great option here up in this situation. CJ Brito Trinidad.
Yeah, Trinidad's definitely going to be looking to do some damage here.
First pitch down and away. CJ Brito Trinidad, all NESCAC first team in 2022. Also won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, just one of the best bats in this Bowdoin lineup. I'd be very careful about, if I were Pedeswa, about where I locate these next pitches.
The 1-0 downstairs. You can see that he is being careful, targeting that outside, that low and outside corner, as you were saying, inducing that ground ball potentially. Corners are in, as Flavin and Solomon will likely attempt to play at the plate on a ground ball. 2-0 is at the knees and in there for a strike.
Yeah, Trinidad really just needs to put one in play here. Anything other than a pop-up to the infield or a ground ball back to the pitcher will probably result in a run.
The pitch. Swung on, grounded to short. Let's see if the Jumbos can turn 2. There's one on to first. It's a double play. And the inning is over. Bowdoin had an opportunity with the bases loaded, but a great 6-4-3 gets the Jumbos out unscathed. Two to 1 is the score. Jumbos coming to bat after this. A brilliant 6-4-3 double play. Fleischer to McCullough over to Flavin ended that bases loaded jam for Connor Pedeswa. The Jumbos still hold a 2-1 lead as they head into the bottom of the 3rd inning. They'll have the top of their order, Fleckner, McCullough, and Evans, to try and tack on some more runs on the second half of Senior Day. Doubleheader between Tufts and Bowdoin. Fleckner steps into the box, had a walk and a stolen base, which led into that sacrifice fly from McCullough scoring a run. First pitch at the knees. Fleckner, Bob, has had a pretty impressive breakout. Of course, got some time towards the end of last year, and now the leadoff hitter for the Jumbos.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those young guys, got his opportunity and ran with it. You know, he's had a really good year, and he has the potential to be a really good player for this Tufts program.
course, speedy, can play both the infield and the outfield, as we have seen so far. The 1-1. Low and away. It's been a location where both pitchers have really tried to target here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially with this wind going out to right, just keeping the ball down is super important. I mean, just in general, too, keeping the ball down is super important.
2 balls, 1 strike here in the bottom of the third. Coronado deals, and that pitch is in there, strike 2. Fleckner, of course, did work that walk in his first at-bat. 2-2 is down and away, and you can see he's doing a good job at finding these pitches and deciding when or when not to swing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really smart hitter, really well disciplined, just looking for his pitch, you know, not chasing anything.
Count goes full. McCurley Coronado deals. The pitch is lined really hard into down the right center field, and that ball is gone. Wow, I cannot believe it. A line drive sailing over the fence in right center field. And Henry Fleckner with a solo shot, sending the Jumbos up 3-1.
Yeah, that ball was absolutely smoked. You know, I thought for a second there it was going to clip that high fence, but it looked like it kind of just went over in between the scoreboard and where that fence goes up in right field. So, you know, a little bit of luck there for Fleckner, but still really, really nice piece of hitting.
Yeah, got that angle just right and was able to send it over the wall. 3-1 score now. Of course, a big shot there by Fleckner. I believe that is his first home run of his collegiate career.
Yeah, definitely not like a power guy, but, you know, anybody, if they get a hold of a good pitch, you know, can put one out, especially with the field changes, updates this year.
Ground ball to second, and McCullough runs hard to first, but still will go down, 1 away.
So just a really nice job by Coronado there, you know, after giving up that home run, just coming back, you know, just getting back in the mound, throwing strikes and getting it out there. Super important.
Yeah, we saw that in the first inning as well after that, in the second inning after, I should say, as Chessie hit the one out. The next batter from Perdeswa was a 3-pitch strikeout, and so it seemed like both pitchers are able to settle in and make sure that they're not shaken up just by one ball going over the fence. Here's Jimmy Evans, flew out to center field his last time up. Curly Coronado deals, pitches fouled back, 1-1.
Oh, that pitch looked like it was in Jim's wheelhouse. You know, such a dangerous bat. Just a really, really good hitter. So
we've had some conversations about this, Bob, on the broadcast, but I mean, as somebody who's been with the club for a while, for a few years, the pitch is popped up, left field. Murray will make the play, 2 away. That right field fence is pretty high up, but I feel like a lot of the jumbo bats have actually been able to capitalize off of that 310 that you see there in the corner.
yeah, so it's about 310 in the corner by the foul pole, but, you know, that fence probably plays a little bit more like 330, so, you know, still not, it's not really like you have to hit the ball like super hard to get out. So
Flavin fouls one back. I remember a big topic of conversation going into the season was how this fence would affect some of the lefty bats that Tufts has. Seems like not too much. They've been able to still get the ball over the wall, as we saw just right there.
Yeah, realistically, I think, you know, it's pretty much the same distance hitting it from right to left. You know, like I said, I think that fence probably plays a little bit more like 330 with the height. So, you know, I really don't see a difference from the home run balls going out to right as compared to left. So.
Flavin flew out in his first at-bat. The 0-2 hits him. And so a base runner once again as McCurley Coronado hits his second batter of the day. Speaking of, here comes Clay Soul to the plate.
Yeah, I think it's super important for Coronado here to just settle down, get this last out, take a break, think about this inning, and then get back out there next inning and just throw strikes.
So now runner on first. Jumbo's looking to extend their lead. They're up 3-1 in the bottom of the third. Have put up one in each of the 3 innings that they have come to the plate so far today. Just outside. That's a tough pitch to call.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure where that one missed.
Either just low, just outside, maybe a little bit of both.
It's pretty hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, we don't really get a good glimpse of the right to left orientation. So inside, outside, of course, with us kind of standing directly facing the batter, perpendicular to the pitch being thrown. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 away here in the bottom of the third. Pitch to Sowell. Down in the dirt. Flavin does have 4 stolen bases on the season.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Flavin takes off in this at-bat.
You can see him taking a big secondary lead. You know that Bowdoin has been very, very cognizant of the Jumbos on the base paths. Here's a 2-0. Check swing did not go as the count goes to 3-0.
One of the big things that Tufts really works on is ball and dirt reads. So, any of these low pitches, I wouldn't be surprised if any kind of bobble by the catcher, Flavin's off immediately to second.
We'll see if Sowell has the green light. Strike 1. The 3-1, runner goes. In there for a strike. The throw to second. A bit high, which means that Flavin's able to reach a stolen base as he stands on second and in scoring position.
Yeah, that ball definitely beat him there. Just a little too high, though.
Of course, a catcher, Dirks, that is a sophomore, but not the starter, as Simos is getting the day at DH after catching the last 2 games. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count with 2 away. Clay Sowell looking to add another run onto the board. The pitch is just outside, and a walk will get runners on first and second for Ben Leonard. Leonard struck out in the second inning and, of course, hit that monster home run last game to tie that score up at 3. A really, really important play for the Jumbos, and, of course, Leonard having a good season offensively as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see Coronado try to get ahead in this at-bat.
First pitch is a line drive down the right field line. He's going to drop in for a base hit and go onto the wall. 1 run will score. Sowell rounds third. He will stay there. It's an RBI single for Ben Leonard as the Jumbos tack on another. It's 4-1.
It's a really nice job by Tufts, taking advantage, of that walk to Sowell and then just hitting with 2 outs.
A lefty, of course, just driving that one, pulling it right down the line. There was no play for Peckler, as not a whole lot of launch angle on that ball. Sailing all the way to the wall, and another RBI for Ben Leonard.
Yeah, it's just a great job just jumping on that first pitch fastball. A lot of the times, first pitch is the best pitch you'll see in the at-bat, so nice job by Leonard there.
Runners on the corners now for Connor Bowman. Pitch is just low. Seems like the umpire is not calling too many pitches that are far or kind of around the knees. See if that makes the pitchers adjust. Inside, 2-0. The Jumbos have experimented with the base running trickery on first and third with 2 outs. I'm not sure if that would be the move.
I would not be surprised if Ben Leonard takes off to second here.
We saw last game that Bowdoin just allowed the runner to steal. In a different situation, Ben Leonard will go and nobody covering second base.
Yeah, with a lead, 4-1 lead, you know, you have really nothing to lose to be aggressive on the base pass if you're Tufts. So really nice call there by the coaching staff for Tufts.
3-1 count now. Runners on second and third, as the speedy Leonard would likely score on a single by Connor Bowman. Here's the pitch. Outside, another walk issued by Luca McCurley-Coronado, and the bases are now juiced, and Patrick Solomon is coming to the plate.
Yeah, time for Coronado to just step off the mound for a second, take a deep breath, really focus up here. This has got to be his best pitches to Solomon right here.
Looks like Coach Connolly coming out to have a chat. Seemed like McCurley-Coronado really settled down after that leadoff home run to Fleckner. Of course, retired the next two batters, who, of course, may consider some of the tougher outs in the Jumbo lineup. But after that, it was hit by pitch, walk, single, and another walk.
Yeah, I think he just came out of his groove a little bit. It looked like he was throwing pretty good. I was pretty impressed. You know, this is a young guy facing a pretty good Tufts lineup. So, you know, he was attacking hitters. He wasn't afraid out there. But it seems like he's just kind of lost it a little bit. You know, definitely a really good time for the coach to come out, to have a mound visit, settle him down a little bit, take a deep breath, you know, refocus and lock in, get this last out.
Of course, just the third outing of the collegiate career for McCurley-Coronado. It's good experience, get some NESCAC gameplay under his belt. Of course, pitched last week against Trinity as well. 5-2 loss to the Bantams. Try to escape this third inning, leaving the bases loaded. Solomon hit that triple his last time up.
I'd imagine if this is another walk or another hit, that this might be one of the last few batters that Coronado's going to be facing.
Tough to see the bullpen of Bowdoin from our angle, but has not pitched more than 3 innings in his career. 2-0. Still a lot of solid arms in the wings for Bowdoin. They have not gone to Jake Sullivan or Jacob Warren so far this series. 2 balls, no strikes. Bases loaded for Patrick Solomon. The pitch is in there for a strike.
If you're Solomon here, just looking for a fastball, something to jump on, something in your wheelhouse.
Two-one. Upstairs, 3-1. And now Luca McCurley-Coronado 1 ball away from issuing his third base on balls of the inning. Here's the pitch. Just barely called the ball right there. And Sowell will touch home plate. It's another run scored for the Jumbos. They now lead 5-1. As that's an RBI for Patrick Solomon. Connolly coming out again. It looks like that will be it for Luca McCurley-Coronado. Allowed 5 runs on 2 2/3 innings pitch. Is responsible for all 3 runners on base. As another reliever will come in here for the Polar Bears. Looks like it will be the freshman Jake Sullivan making an entrance here.
You know, definitely not the performance that you want, but still pretty high ceiling for this kid.
Yeah, sometimes one of the harder things to teach a young player is that kind of aggression and that willingness to attack batters, and we definitely saw that a bit out of McCurley-Coronado, but looks like his day will be done, as with the score 5-1, we will head to another pitcher, Jake Sullivan, freshman out of Concord, Massachusetts. Has appeared in 6 games, started in 4, but those starts not really being for extended periods of time. Is 2-0 with 13 and 2/3 innings pitched, so 1.98 ERA, so he's got some good stuff.
Yeah, interesting move though, going to a lefty here. You know, that ball is going to tail away from righty batters, like into their barrel, and you know, if that pitch is on the outside corner, tailing into the barrel could be a hard hit ball to right field. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play into this.
It'll be McCullough, or sorry, it'll be Fleischer, and then flipping the order back around to Fleckner. Still 2 outs here, so you know, no need to go for forces or double plays or anything like that. If you are Sullivan in this situation, your goal is to, of course, get this first out and just try to escape without any more trouble being given up.
Yeah, I think definitely just attacking Fleischer right here. Just try to have a good start here, locate the fastball, nice sharp off speed.
Again, it's senior day here. Jumbos have a lot of upperclassmen seniors that, of course, will be honored after the game. We'll stick around to make sure that we get all the coverage of that. But it's going to be it's a big class that is kind of graduating out here.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, you know, with COVID-19 giving extra years of eligibility to the guys, there are a couple post-grad people who are going to be a part of this senior class who will be honored today.
Make sure to stay tuned after the game as the Jumbos looking to extend their lead on what could be a nice way to end senior day. Ozzie Fleischer comes to the plate, lined out to the second baseman. His last time up. Very good at getting that ball in play. We'll see if that is able to tack on some more runs here for Tufts. Sullivan hangs one in there for strike 2.
Yeah, Sullivan is looking really sharp so far.
0-2 count to Fleischer. We'll see if he takes a more defensive approach to the plate.
Yeah, definitely just choke up on the bat, step up in the box.
The pitch. Line drive into right center field. Going after it is McKenzie and Peckler, but Peckler will be able to make the play. Not able to get down on that one as Fleischer will line out for the second time today. But 3 runs do score for the Tufts Jumbos. Henry Fleckner with a solo shot, and then a walk and an RBI single. We'll be right back. Score 5-1. Head into the 4th inning. It's a full house here at Saul Goodman Park, campus of Tufts University. 3rd game of this 3-game set between Tufts and Bowdoin. Jumbos looking to end this one with a sweep as they lead 5-1. A 3-run burst in the 3rd inning puts them in a really good position to take this one. First pitch to Murray is fouled back. Pedeswa out for his 4th inning of work. It's looked really good so far.
Yeah, he's definitely found his groove. He looks really sharp today, just locating that fastball.
Murray, a big power bat in this polar bear lineup, struck out on his first at-bat of the day. The 0-1, upstairs, 1-1.
Yeah, definitely important here to just get some runners on base, you know. This is a time where you got to start tacking away at this Jumbo's lead.
Pitch is swung on, drilled deep to left center field. Fleckner settles under it and will make the out.
Really nice piece of hitting there by Murray, just unfortunate right at the center fielder in Fleckner.
Well, it looked like it was traveling a little bit farther than I may have anticipated. Perhaps the wind playing a bit of a factor there off of the righty.
Definitely that wind just kind of batting it down. I think if that ball was in right center, that ball's gone.
The wind was rather slow to start off this first game, but really picked up as we've gotten later on into the afternoon.
Yeah, it's not too windy down here on the ground, but I think up in the air it's a little bit more windy. You can see that flag out in left field. It's blowing pretty good.
Yeah, earlier today that flag, zero movement whatsoever, was just drooped down. Something we were talking about earlier today is when you're at Tufts, you have to expect the wind to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
One way or the other. Gabe Peckler at the dish. Grounded to second his last time up. Having a tremendous season. Takes that one for a ball. Highest OPS on the team.
Yeah, that's a really impressive OPS at 1.25. That, he's just a guy. He's a role player in this lineup. He's got a really smooth swing.
And he's going to be able to bump up that OPS as well with his third walk of the season. One runner on, one batter out here in the top of the fourth inning. As Chessie comes to the plate, he was the one who hit that big home run. And he's going to ground that one sharply to Solomon. On to second, over to first. The scoop by Flavin is good. And that is a double play once again to retire the side. The Jumbo defense comes up clutch as they escape the fourth without a run being scored. That's the second double play of the game for the Jumbos as they lead this one 5-1. Walk by Peckler, not going to result in much. We'll be back right after this. Back here at Gilman Park, Andrew Howe and Bob Jakes here on the call. Thank you for joining us here on this JumboCast doubleheader. Reminder, we have more games as the baseball team continues their homestand after their series today. Johnson and Wales on Tuesday the 18th, followed by a game against Babson on the 19th. Bob, both those games scheduled for 6 p.m. We get to see baseball under the lights for the first time.
I know. I know all the guys are super amped up for it. That's just like when you think about baseball under the lights. So, get a little jittery just thinking about it. So I'm super excited. And, Johnson Wales coming in with Tufts old coach John Casey making his return.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good atmosphere, a good game.
Old friends reuniting. Pitch hits the plate and kind of ricochets in an odd way. You don't realize it unless you've played baseball, but at home plate, it kind of bounces a little bit if you hit something on top of it.
Especially with this turf field, like that plate's kind of got a really thick, black rubber lining around it. So, if it hits that, it's just, going to pop up in the air like that.
And Sullivan having trouble locating the zone here in this fourth inning.
And although it really hasn't been a factor yet this game, see a couple pass balls there. This new field's got a pretty big, backstop. There's a lot of room back there, so.
The 2-1 to Fleckner is lined right in the gap between the first baseman and the second baseman. And another hit here for Henry Fleckner. He's now 2 for 2 with a walk.
Yeah, he's having a really good game so far. Just, just staying true to his swing, going with pitches where they are.
Has now reached base in 4 straight appearances at the plate, including going back to last game where he had a single in the 9th. Runner on first, here's Jesse McCullough. That ball gets passed again, and Dirks is having trouble keeping that ball in front of him. Going to second is Fleckner, and now another runner in scoring position.
Yeah, definitely not that bad of a wild pitch there. It just seemed like Dirks had a hard time moving his feet there, getting in front of that ball.
McCullough is 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Grounded out to second, his last at-bat. Sullivan deals. Down in the dirt. Nice stop by Dirks that time.
Yeah, it seems like Sullivan's having a little bit of trouble locating his pitches right now.
McCullough has done a good job at making really good contact. Of course, we saw some deep line drives and result in outs last game, but as a freshman, does have that power in him.
Yeah, just one of those guys, freshman guys, really nice, smooth swing, just getting his opportunity and making the most of it.
Grounded to short. Foley makes the play, and there's one away. Fleckner unable to advance as that ball was hit to the left side of the infield. In another situation, in most situations with the runner in that area, you want to end up hitting it over to the right side.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that pass ball, of course, playing a factor, could have
100%.
resulted in a double play. Of course, Fleckner is fast. Well, I'm not sure if he would have been fast enough after that grounder to short.
It's just those little things. One pass ball gets by, a runner is on second, takes away that force. Just like you mentioned, that ground ball went from 2 outs to 1 out.
Yeah.
And now you have Jimmy Evans up with a runner in scoring position.
Lefty versus lefty here, as Evans is 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts so far this game.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a tough matchup for Evans.
Ball in the dirt again. Fleckner thought about going, then decides to, as Dirks was unable to find the ball. Ended up being right in front of him. As that's always a tough play to make. If you feel the ball, you lose it. Don't know exactly where it was, and now there's a runner on third base.
Yeah, the battery right now for Bowdoin is just a little sloppy, and Tufts is exploiting that.
Now anything hit into the air, for the most part, at least as long as it goes far enough, likely would score a run for Tufts. Pitch to Evans is upstairs. Dirks keeps it in front of him. Jumbo's trying to win their 10th straight game at home. Currently sitting at 9-0 with that record here at the newly minted Gittleman Park. 2-1 is lined deep into right field. That ball is going to be played off the wall. A run will score. Evans rounding first. He's going to head to second. The throw is not in time as the ball gets past the shortstop Foley. An RBI double for Jimmy Evans as he sails the 7 Seas. Jumbo's lead 6-1.
Like you've been mentioning, that ball just hitting that upper part of that fence. In last year's Old Park, that's probably a home run.
It's an interesting, that's the one interaction where you might see a bit of a difference there. Not necessarily in the distance hit by the ball, but just the trajectory.
Time for Sullivan here to just take a deep breath, find the zone again.
Six-1 Jumbo's ball gets past Dirks again, and Evans will advance to third. Ball pitch well in front of the home plate. And it's just a really tough play for the catcher to make.
Yeah, and that's the third base taken by this Tufts offense from a pass ball this inning.
Flavin was hit by a pitch, scored a run. The 1-0. Just low. Of course, Flavin, a taller player, has knees that go a little bit higher than the average player. Maybe that played a factor in that pitch being called the ball. Line drive into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Scoring easily is Evans. Another RBI picked up for the Jumbos. They are eaten all over the order here in this second game.
It's funny, Flavin actually gets a lot of comparisons to DJ LeMahieu. People say that he looks a lot like him, and he's kind of like that utility guy. He can play everywhere, so I definitely see it.
Yeah, that's a LeMahieu-esque base hit to right field right there. Gets bat on ball, hits it the opposite way, and suddenly standing on first with an RBI. Soul pops one foul. Hey, way to get ahead, Clay now has batted in 3 consecutive innings. Was hit by a pitch in the second, walked in the third, so has yet to record an at-bat despite being up for the third time. Flavin will go. Pitch is outside. The throw to second is way over the head of Chessie. And that allows Flavin to advance to third.
Yeah, another high throw down to second on the steal.
Of course, Steven Simos, the catcher, now at the DH position here for this game, has been the player who's spent a lot of the time behind the plate. Of course, there's also the consideration of Lucas Che. That pitch goes in there for a strike.
You can definitely see Tufts' base running approach has been very, very aggressive in this game.
Second in the NESCAC, both in stolen bases and in stolen base attempts. Only Bates, who has been stealing at an absolutely astronomical pace, stands above them. The 1-2. Upstairs, 2-2. Tufts looking also to stay undefeated in NESCAC play if they complete the sweep today. 2-2 pitch is upstairs. The count goes full with the runner on third. Next week, the Jumbos will play a 3-game series against Trinity over in Hartford, Connecticut, and will wrap up their NESCAC play with 3 games at Colby. Full count, and that pitch is outside. Second walk of the day for Clay Sowell.
If you're Sullivan right now, just thinking, take a deep breath. Let's keep the ball down, get a ground ball, spin one, get out of this inning.
Yeah, runners on the corners. And we saw Soul attempt a steal on that ball in the dirt. Yeah, first time he came up.
I am fully expecting him to be taken off in this at-bat.
Here's Leonard, RBI single his last time up. That pitch is drilled right down the right field line, another base hit. 1 run scores as Flavin touches third. Going to second is Leonard, the throw not in time. So Sal advances to third, another RBI, this time a double for Ben Leonard as the Jumbos lead 8-1.
I'm loving this Tufts hitting approach. You see it time and time again in this game, just hard hit balls to right field.
And that looks like it's going to be it for Jake Sullivan. I mean, he had an incredible start to the season. In the first 6 appearances, 13.2 innings pitched, so less than a 2 ERA. But he has definitely felt the wrath of this Tufts offense, giving up 3 runs here in the 4th inning, and will leave with the score 8-1.
Yeah, just a tough time with the command today. I think that's really just it. I mean, he throws hard. It looks like he has good breaking stuff. I think the command wasn't there today, and Tufts exploited it a little bit.
Your attention, please now appreciate you with Bowdoin College Polar Bears number 20, Jacob Warren.
Another pitcher in here for the Jumbos, or sorry, for the Polar Bears. Sophomore Jacob Warren out of Silver Spring, Maryland. 8 appearances, 17 1/3 innings pitched with a 3.63 ERA. Has been used both as a starter and a reliever. Had a 7 innings, 2 earned runs outing versus Union on the 19th of March. This group of Tufts students apparently in the Joyce Cummings Center right across the street from us here at Gittleman that are watching the game. Shout out to them as, of course, trying to increase our viewership as much as possible. We appreciate you tuning into JumboCast. It's an interesting approach here, Bob, because you can watch the game on the screen, or if you are in Cummings Center, just look out the window.
Yeah,
it's as well.
I've been up there a few times. It's actually a really, really nice view.
Yeah.
Arguably better than being down here at the game sometimes.
And, I mean, in situations where multiple sports are going on at the same time, say you want to watch baseball, lacrosse, and softball, hey, 6th floor of JCC, definitely not a bad option.
You know, you can also see that there's a couple people standing out in center. There's like a little bit of a hill right there, and you know, it comes up. You can just see over the fence.
Yeah.
I actually have stood out there a few times myself. You see the whole field. So, you know, interesting how there's some pretty good spots to watch a game here that aren't sort of in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in the stands, so maybe if you want a little bit more of an isolated perspective, get some personal space, could be a good option. Although I don't think it would be super fun to sit all the way in right field where that fence goes pretty high up. Connor Bowman comes to the plate, fouls one back as he'll be the first batter to face off against Warren. Warren was did pitch a little bit last year in 2022 to a 5.68 ERA. So definitely has improved his stuff coming into his sophomore year.
Yeah, he's got that ERA down to 3.63.
Another pitch in the dirt, though.
I think it's just important for him to get on these Tufts hitters, get ahead of counts, just be aggressive, attack these hitters, like make them do something, make them hit the ball. You know, just locate the fastball, get on top of the off-speed pitches.
Infield in here for the Polar Bears, which is an interesting scenario. Only one out, and there's no double play, no force out available, so just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit, keep that lead at 7.
Nice job by Dirks there, keeping that ball in front.
Bowman trying to add on to this jumbo lead, potentially double-digit mark off of a base hit. Here's the pitch. Downstairs again, 3-1. Three and 1, 2 runners on.
There is some action in the Jumbo's bullpen.
That ball is popped up to right field. Heckler has to run a long way, actually into foul territory to make the play. Tagging is Soul. The throw not in time. Runner advances to third as well as Leonard is now 90 feet away. A sac fly for Connor Bowman, and the Jumbos tack another one on.
Yeah, that's just getting the job done by Bowman. Really nice piece of hitting, just putting the ball up in the air. Something good happens when there's runners in scoring position.
Now you did mention, Bob, some action in the bullpen.
Yes.
Could you tell us who's warming up right now?
It appears to be Silas Reed.
Interesting. Reed, of course, pitched just a few days ago in the midweek game that the Jumbos had up against UMass Boston. And so Solomon going to drive one deep into left field. Going back is Murray. He will settle under it to make the play and end the inning. But a 4 spot put up by the Jumbos here in the 4th inning. A lot of offense has been the story so far here in this game. Jumbos looking to close out the sweep after this. We've played 4 innings in this second half of the doubleheader. Abbreviated contest here between the Jumbos and the Bowdoin Polar Bears, as this game will be 7 innings. Of course, first game also scheduled for 7 innings. However, that one ended up going into extras, and because of that, the coaching staffs have agreed that in order to maybe save their arms or get out of here a little bit earlier, they want to just play 7 on this one.
Yeah, definitely time for Bowdoin to try to stay in some of these at-bats, get runners on, try to chip away at this lead.
Pedezzo out for his 5th inning of work, has only allowed 1 run. That was that home run, of course, by Chessie, who grounded into a double play to end the last inning.
Yeah, he's looked great so far. Just found his groove. Really sharp stuff today, just getting ahead of hitters. Just exactly what you want from the, if you're a Tufts coach.
The 0-2 is blocked by Bowman. We mentioned how, of course, Simos was taking that half day off by being the designated hitter. Bowman, both games behind the dish, and is looking good.
Yeah, he's going to be tired after this one.
In there for strike 3. K number 4 for Pedezwa this game, as Merrill is down looking. One out here. We still continue to see Silas Reed warming up in the Jumbo bullpen. I wonder when potential substitution would be made. Pitch outside to Dirks.
You mentioned he threw in that midweek game. I'm really interested to see how his arm's going to be feeling today.
Big swing and a miss.
Maybe he doesn't really have as much pop. His fastball is a couple miles per hour down. Could be a factor in for advantage for the Bowdoin team.
Of course, time is now for Bowdoin to get that offense rolling. They have some solid pieces here. Dirks, of course, has hit really well in the limited time, and he's going to knock one in there for a base hit into center field.
Yeah, that ball was absolutely smoked.
So a 1-out single for Chris Dirks as he gets on to first base. Foley will come up to try and advance the runner and flip the order back around to the top. We'll see how active Bowdoin ends up becoming on the base pass. They typically are not a team that likes to run, but maybe fighting fire with fire against a team like the Jumbos could be an option.
I'd be very, very careful running this base pass with Connor Bowman behind the dish. He's one of the best defensive catchers in Division III baseball, if not the best. So I would be surprised if they're going to be taken off, especially down so much. Yeah, you need all the runners on base that you can get.
Yeah, entering today, Bowman has thrown out 14 runners attempting to steal, has only allowed 9 to actually reach safely. That's a percentage that you do not see at any level of competition.
Yeah, he is just fantastic behind the plate. Fun to watch.
Pedezwa quickly 3-0 to Foley, as he will take that one in for a strike. The hard-hitting McKenzie on deck. Bowdoin trying to make a bit of a run with the runner on base. Pitch swung on and missed, strike 2.
Foley definitely needs to fight here.
Here's the payoff. Grounded foul.
Great job just staying in this at bat.
That pitch was pretty inside. It was impressive there by Foley to actually get the bat onto the ball. We'll do it again. 3-2. Pitches once again fouled back. Nice job from Foley to stay alive.
Foley here just got to get his pitch.
Lined into center field. Going on is Fleckner. He's not going to be able to get that one on the fly, as another base hit. That is Foley's first of the series. And now 2 runners on here for the Polar Bears.
Fantastic at bat by Foley there, staying alive in that 3-2 count, just getting a pitch and just pushing it right out there for a base hit.
Apologies, did have a hit actually in the 3rd inning earlier today. and ended up actually coming around to score off of that Murray home run. So, second hit in just as many games. Definitely a welcome sign for the shortstop.
Yeah, Bowdoin strung a couple hits together here, so let's see how they extend this inning.
And now the Polar Bears have flipped the order back around to the top with 2 runners on and only 1 out. McKenzie is 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch. Takes that one upstairs.
Yeah, it seems like Pedejwa's command might be a little bit, he might be losing it a little bit right here.
The 1-1. Grounded hard up the middle. Fleischer will get it. Not going to be able to make the flip. Barely does off the bounce as McCullough collects it. The umpire is going to call Foley out at second.
I'm thinking his foot might have been off the bag.
The Bowdoin fans not happy with the call. Mike Connolly is going to come out to have a discussion with the umpires as well. Take a look at the replay here. We're going to get this one in slow motion. I don't know if McCullough was actually on the bag as the play was made. That's a tough call. Fleischer tried to toss that one over to McCullough with the glove.
Really nice play getting that ball. Just, tough toss.
Connolly speaks his mind to the umpire, and so does the Bowdoin fan.
Yeah, and I think I agree with the Bowdoin fans here. It looked like his foot was off the bag.
Yeah, it was a close play. I would not have been surprised to see that call overturned. I was expecting actually for Foley to be ruled safe off of that play. But either way, there are runners on the corners now with 2 outs instead of 1. Here's Brito Trinidad. Oh, sorry, Simos is at the plate. Pitch to Simos is swung on and missed, count 1-1. Had a single and a pop-up so far in this game.
Opportunity right here for Bowdoin to get a run in.
Pedezzo trying to work his way out of a jam. Another nice block by Bowman. Simons, of course, having that home run in the first game of the series. That was his second of the year. 2-1. In there for a strike. It's a good opportunity for the Polar Bears to try and get some runs onto the board.
So yeah, Simos here just got to choke up on the bat, step up in the box, protect the plate.
Here's the 2-2. Foul
Nice
back.
fight.
Anything in the area, just got to make sure that you take a swing at it, at least foul it off. You don't want to end this one without getting a run on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pedezwa deals right at the knees, and they're going to call it strike 3. Pedezwa is fired up as he goes 5 innings with only 1 run allowed. Bowdoin had a good opportunity to score, end up without a run in. We're going to head to the bottom of the 5th, score still 9-1. Heading into the bottom of the 5th inning, Jumbos lead Bowdoin Polar Bears 9-1. Some changes here for Bowdoin as they look to at least hold the line here for some opportunities for the rest of their offense in these next couple of innings. Moving from second base to the mound, actually, is two-way player Luke Chessie. And now sitting at second base is number 13, Richie McNamara. It's an interesting decision. Of course, Chessie was the one who hit that one out of the park.
Yeah.
And now I assume will lose his spot in the order. Fleischer leads this one off in the first pitch. A blooper right over the head of Merrill at first base. And so a leadoff single for Ozzie Fleischer to start off the bottom of the 5th.
Fleischer, just one of those really consistent contact hitters, just really hard out, never really strikes out. Just kind of one of those guys who puts the bat in the ball, and, you know, sometimes that's all you need to do.
And with the runner on, that flips the order. Once again, Henry Fleckner has had a terrific day at the plate so far today. A walk in the first, a home run in the third, and a single and a run scored as well on top of that. Fleckner has gone all the way around the base paths, and all 3 times he has been on the plate.
I'm interested to see if they're going to have Fleischer take off in this at-bat.
And another step off of first base, Merrill holding him on. It appears that actually Chris Dirks, who was catching, is now at first base. We'll get confirmation on that shortly. Chessie deals. That pitch is downstairs. So it looks like Simos has made his way back behind the plate as Dirks moves from catcher to first. 2-1 is lined hard down the third base line, but just shy of hitting the bag. So actually, now that I'm taking a look at this, it might be the case that instead of taking Chessie out of the order, the Polar Bears might be forfeiting their designated hitter spot, now having all their players bat around. Tough call with the 2 ways. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be the case.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Fleckner grounds one, chops to third base. Rito Trinidad will make the play at second, I should say. Apologies, as McNamara was there to record the first out of the inning.
Nice job by Brito Trinidad there, just kind of going with that ground ball. You know, that ball is a little bit to his left, so that's taking him towards second base. Just nice job just getting it, you know, setting his feet and throwing to second to get an out.
So still 1 run around. Instead of Fleischer, now it is Fleckner. Both still threats to steal, as you can see right here. Chessie's been familiar with the Jumbos on the base path as he's been playing second base the entirety of the series.
I think Fleckner was pretty lucky that that ball was in the dirt. That pickoff throw was low.
McCullough looks at one outside. Freshman now 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Another check at first base.
Yeah, and that first pickoff, he was kind of sleeping a little bit. I don't know if you saw that, but Fleckner kind of took a step towards second base at first, and then
grounded foul.
Nice play by coach over there.
It saves a little bit of saves some time. Saves a Jumbo from having to run out from the bench to pick up that ball. Well played, third base coach. 1-1 to McCullough, runner on first base with 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. McCullough thought about it, but ends up taking for ball 2. Runner goes. Hit and run situation as that pitch is popped foul. just dodging another car.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought for sure that was going to be a windshield shattered. That was a heat seeking for a car.
Somehow, some way, those foul balls tend to get out of the way of whatever cars are in their way. Runner goes again, another hit and run, but this time McCullough ends up swinging and missing and will go down on strikes. But reaching second off of the stolen base is Fleckner, as he's now in scoring position.
Yeah, unfortunate for McCullough there. He kind of got screwed on that one. Just, tough pitch to hit there with that high, nice tight breaking ball. But he kind of just swung, let Fleckner get to second. Let like your big hitter with Evans try to drive him in.
And even though contact's not made, waving at that pitch at least will help buy a little bit of extra time. And Fleckner, with his speed, able to get to second rather confidently as Evans decides to lay down a surprise bunt down the third base line.
Yeah, if you're a lefty, you can kind of start running out of the box. You can still be in the box, but you're already kind of making your way down the line and just kind of stick that bat out. Just let that ball roll down the third base line because, Brito Trinidad's playing really far off the line right now. So a nice bunt going down that third base line, if you're already kind of headed out of the box, like that's almost a guaranteed bunt for a hit.
See if he tries it again. Brito Trinidad in a very similar spot, and instead going to line that one through the legs of the second baseman McNamara. Rounding third and scoring is Fleckner, an RBI for Jimmy Evans, his second of the day, second of the game. And it's now 10-1 in favor of Tufts. That was a hard hit ball,
that ball was
up the middle.
I think McNamara didn't realize how fast that ball was coming in, and it kind of almost hit the pitcher. So I think he just got a little bit thrown off.
Looks like they will rule an error on the play, although it was a very hard hit ball, so it's a difficult call to make.
If you're Evans, you got to feel good. Great swing, but I'd definitely be a little pissed off of getting back in the dugout and finding that was ruled an error.
Flavin takes one down and away. Of course, if it's a reached on error, that's ruled as an out on the stat sheet, which always, of course, is a nice thing to look at the end of the year.
Won't help his average, but will help his OPS.
1-1, grounded softly to third. Brito Trinidad will field, fires, but it's way off the mark. Evans rounds second, heading to third, and Flavin will get over to second base as well. Throw not in time. And another error here for Bowdoin. This time Brito Trinidad with an E5.
Yeah, second error this inning. Those errors just giving up free runners, free bags. They always come back to bite you. So.
And another difficult play here in the Bowdoin infield. I mean, with the speed that Evans has, running up the line, having to make a running throw.
Yeah.
Fortunately, was unable to find the mark.
Let's see if Sowell can, make them pay for those errors.
Outside. Sowell still yet to record an at-bat. He's walked twice and was hit by a pitch. Helps the on-base percentage for sure.
Yeah. He's got to be antsy up there right now.
Chessie deals. High fly ball, center field. Going back is McKenzie. And he will settle under it to end the inning. One run comes across, though, after Evans hits a hard hit ball up the middle. Score now 10-1, and we're headed to the sixth. We'll be right back after this. We've played 5. Really, we've played 15 here today at Gittleman Park. Jumbos took that first game 4-3, and a little bit of a different story here this time around. 10-1 entering the top of the 6th. Connor Pedezwa will issue a ball to Brito Trinidad.
Yeah, coming in for his 6th inning of work. He's at 72 pitches right now. That's pretty efficient.
The 1-0 downstairs. CJ Brito Trinidad grounded to double play and fouled out to the first baseman Flavin his first time up. Grounded foul, 2-1.
Thinking if you're Bowdoin here, just letting your hitters go up, do their thing, be aggressive, find their pitch, just, you know, get on base, try to chip away at this lead.
Ball inside. 3-1 is the count. Pedezwa deals inside, and Brito Trinidad will work a leadoff walk. Heart of the order coming up here for the Polar Bears, although there are some substitutions that we do have to keep in mind. We'll see what Bowdoin decided to do with Chessie coming onto the bump from second base. Murray is now up 0 for 2, had a deep fly out to Fleckner, his last time up in the 4th. Downstairs, 2-0, or 1-1. Pedezwa has done a good job at making sure that the runners he does allow on don't come around to score.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good job of just not letting, you know, your mistakes compound. Just, you know, you let a guy on, you have a bad at bat, you give up a walk, but you come right back, you attack the hitter, you know, everything's behind you, everything's in the past.
There's the 1-2. Downstairs, 2-2.
I think Pedezwa's getting a little bit tired here, so let's see if Bowdoin can take advantage of that.
Would be a good time. They have their 4 and then 5 hitters coming up. Swing and a miss. And Murray is down on strikes. 1 away. Still a runner on though, and 1 out means that still a lot of time to make up and get a couple of runs onto the board. A big lead taken by Brito Trinidad at first base as first pitch is in there for a strike to Peckler. Foul tip into the glove of Bowman, and it's now 0-2 very quickly.
Yeah, Pedezwa in the driver's seat right here. I think if you're Peckler, just got to protect that plate.
Foul back. Chessie is in the on-deck circle, although he was the pitcher, so. Fly ball, center field. Fleckner thought it was going back, actually has to make a deep run for it, and he's going to let it drop for a base hit.
Yeah, it just looked like a misread there. You know, the ball, like when it came off the bat, it actually sounded like it was hit really hard.
Yeah.
But I think it just got up in the air, and wind kind of batted it down. Didn't really go as far as Fleckner probably thought.
So instead, a base hit given to Peckler. That's his first of the game. First to second, 1 away. Here's Chessie, who had that home run back in the second. The 0-1, foul back. So I believe the official list of changes, if we can look at this right, Merrill now out of the game as McNamara is in his spot in the batter's box. He's going to be playing second, and they move Simos from DH to catcher's position. So no DH anymore here for the Polar Bears. 0-2. Swung on, grounded to short. Tough play for Fleischer. He's not going to be able to get to it in time, and everyone's safe. A tough bounce.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, too, if Brito Trinidad, might have gotten in his way a little bit. Fleischer probably lost sight of that ball. I think that's a really nice job by Brito Trinidad, just, getting in front of him a little bit, making him kind of second guess where the ball is going to be.
We'll see what the official ruling is on that play. It is a hit for Chessie, so now his second of the game.
Even though those two last plays were both ruled hits, those are misreads. Those are, that's the defense messing up. So let's see if Bowdoin can take advantage of that.
Here's Richie McNamara. Takes a second ball right at the knees. A nice take. Junior out of Wilmington, Massachusetts. Hit .224 in 2022. Hasn't had extensive playing time so far, but looking to make his impact known. Pitch from Pedeswa, in there for a strike. McNamara had a 2-hit, 5 RBI game on March 15th. And the ball gets past Pedeswa as Bowman just was unable to get it right back to the pitcher. That allows a run to score.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. It just seemed like Pedeswa just missed the ball.
Take a look at the replay here. Yeah, just gets past him, and that allows for Brito Trinidad to come in. (10-2) now. Pitch is lined in the left field, and it's not going to be caught. That's a base hit. Rounding third and scoring are the Polar Bears. They tack another one on.
Great job by McNamara there, just coming up in a huge moment, taking advantage of his opportunity, just absolutely smoking that ball.
And that's now his 6th RBI, 3rd hit of the season. Has been able to come up clutch in situations for the Polar Bears all year long.
Yeah, I'd imagine that the Jumbo's bullpen is probably going to get starting up here.
So now the second run of the inning. And while that pass ball from Pedeswa allowed the run to score, you have to imagine that it would have been 2 in regardless after that base hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
First and second now as Chessie advanced to second on the play. Dirks also with another base hit. They're going to hold the runner at third as Chessie will leave the bases loaded. Another hit for the Polar Bears as Dirks joins in on the fun.
Yeah, you see Jack Schwartz running out to the bullpen telling him to hurry up. I think it's probably time for Pedeswa to come out.
Svagdis still remaining in the dugout for now as we can see multiple arms warming up here for Tufts.
Yeah, looking like Liam Wilson.
We saw Wilson warming up for a period of time in game 1 of this series as well as Bowman comes up to talk to Pedeswa. You wonder if this is both to calm him down and also to allow some more time for the bullpen to warm up.
Yeah, he's waving the hat. He's ready to go. So I'm thinking this is it for Pedeswa.
Foley is the one who is due up right now as the coaching staff for the Jumbos does end up walking up. I don't know if it will be to make a change or to just hand over another ball to the umpire. I think it's the latter. Oh, and
yeah, this will be it.
Yeah, there comes Coach Paul Svagdis as potentially allowing for a Jumbo pitcher to get another couple of reps before being asked to come out here. Pedeswa, a very solid outing, although it maybe ends on a bit of a sour note. Still responsible for all 3 runners on base.
Yeah, you know what? He had a really good performance today. I thought he was really sharp. I thought he located his fastball great. I thought his off-speed was really sharp. He was on top of everything today. I think he's just a little bit tired now, honestly. I think he's getting a little bit long into this game. You know, his outing's been extended a little bit. They're starting to hit him a little bit. Yeah. I think he's just lost it. I think this is a great time for him to come out. But you know what? Got to be happy with that performance.
Pitch count up to 89 after the conclusion of that last at bat.
Yeah,
Looks like the bullpen's coming in. As
I think it
like
is indeed Liam Wilson.
Pedezwa exits to a nice round of applause. Liam Wilson will step onto the mound. We'll wait for him to warm up. Bowdoin has the bases loaded. We'll be right back. Liam Wilson enters the game here for the Jumbos. 7 innings of work and 6 appearances, 6 strikeouts, so definitely has some nasty stuff. And speaking of the Wilson family, the Tufts baseball team has dedicated the season and, of course, these weekend set of games to the fight against cancer. They were partnering with Versus Cancer to raise money for the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. As we have, of course, that ribbon up in the corner. Honor the Wilson family. Now is a good opportunity here to get out of a jam for the Jumbos.
Yeah, Wilson, just a hard-throwing righty. You know, he's upper 80s, low 90s with just absolute so much run on his fastball. You know, really good changeup, but he's just got to settle down here.
Bases loaded. Foley already has a single in this game. Takes strike one. McKenzie on deck. Bowdoin trying to cut into this Jumbo lead. The pitch outside, 2-1.
You know, sometimes when you have so much run in your fastball, it's just really hard to control. You know, you can start it out over the plate and it just moves all over the place. So I'm interested to see how that might play into this inning right here.
The 2-1. 3-1. Does make it hard for especially those righties to get the bat on the ball, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That run will kind of just go from the ball hitting your barrel to just jamming you. But in the opposite way, like if the ball's starting outside, it could run right back into your barrel, you know, hitting that ball to the right field.
3-1. And that's a walk. Foley gets on base, and a run will come in. 3 runs now for the Polar Bears here in this 6th, and scores now 10-4.
Thinking there might be some more action in the bullpen pretty soon here.
7 Polar Bears have come to the plate. 3 of them have scored. 3 of them stand on a base. Here's McKenzie. Pops that one foul.
Yeah, I think it's just important for Wilson to get ahead here in this at bat, and also for McKenzie to just jump on a pitch here.
McKenzie already has a home run in this series. Went 2 for 4 with a dinger in game number 1 yesterday. Yep. Line drive into center field. That's going to be a base hit. 1 run scores. They will hold Dirks at third. An RBI single for McKenzie, as the lead is now only 5.
And now those walks just coming back to bite Tufts a little bit. This lead is starting to chip away. And there is more action in the Tufts bullpen. I'm pretty sure that's Justin Wells.
Still a 5-run ball game. Tufts built up some good insurance in those first 4 innings. Ground ball from Simos. Make the out at second, and with Flavin running all the way over there, unable to complete the double play, so another run comes in as Dirks will score. RBI on the fielder's choice as Simos with another run contributed for the Polar Bears.
Nice play by Flavin there, just getting that ball going to second.
And so Brito Trinidad will come to the plate for the second time this inning. Has been a big one for the Polar Bears.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big inning that they absolutely needed to just chip away at this lead.
Runners on the corners.
Still one more duck on the pond here. Let's see if Bowdoin can get him in.
Unfortunately for Pedeswa, all those runs that he left on the base paths did come in. So outing looks a little bit different than what we saw from those first 4, or first 5, I should say. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Line drive, right field, going to be a tough play for Evans. It is just foul.
You know, this is a critical pitch right here. If you're Brito Trinidad, you just got to be protecting this plate, try to put the ball in play. And if you're Wilson, this has got to be your best pitch.
Foley at third. Simos at first. Wilson trying to work his way out of a jam. 2 outs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outside. The 2-2. Swung on, high fly ball into center field. Fleckner will come onto it and make the play. And Wilson will get a nice ovation as he heads back into the dugout. But 5 runs come in for Bowdoin as they suddenly make this a competitive ball game. 7-inning contest, remember that, as the Jumbos will have another chance to tack on some insurance after this. Bottom of the 6th inning, about to go underway. A big frame for the Bowdoin Polar Bears. Just that top of the 6th inning. 5 runs came across to score, as what was at first a pretty one-sided ball game suddenly turned competitive. Jumbos with a 4-run lead, as they will have their 6, 7, and 8 hitters up to bat.
Yeah, definitely all of a sudden this is a close game now. I think Bowdoin, you really need a 1-2-3 inning here. Quick, just get back to the bats.
Ben Leonard takes ball 2. Leonard has a double and a single. It's been a really hot bat in the middle of the lineup here for the Jumbos. 2-1 from Chessie upstairs. Now all of a sudden, the importance of this game being 7 innings has grown exponentially, because there's only one more frame now potentially for Bowdoin to come back here, as Leonard skies that one into left center field. McKenzie making a diving play,
Wow.
but he's able to
What
make
a
that
play.
catch. What a play from McKenzie, robbing an extra base hit away from Leonard.
That was just an unbelievable catch. Just the amount of focus and skill that goes into that.
It looked like it was kind of gone in the gap, as we see here that McKenzie is cheated towards the
Yeah,
right
and
side. But
especially with the lefty, like that ball is slicing. That ball is absolutely cutting back towards left center.
Bowman lines one into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. First hit of the day for Bowman. Unsure if you can call that ground ball in the second inning a sacrifice, but if that is the case, then he is, I believe, 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean,
It advanced a runner, so hard to say.
it's probably not a sacrifice, but you know, you did a job. It's exactly what you need to do. So
Has come through in all 4 plate appearances so far today, or this game, I should say. Here's Solomon, 1 for 2, had that triple in the second.
you got to notice, ever since they made that catcher switch, you know, there really hasn't been many stolen base attempts by Tufts.
Yeah, Simos has been a very solid backstop
Yeah,
for the Polar Bears
I
this
just
year.
saw the catcher swipe the dirt. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a back pick to first here.
Breaking ball in there for a strike, as Solomon is now down 1-2.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just him cleaning his, like wiping his hand off, but I know that is a common little signal for a back pick to first.
The 1-2 downstairs. Infield and double play depth. Bowman still a threat on the base paths, however, and Solomon is one of the fastest players in NESCAC. A quick pickoff to first, and Bowman is safe, but it was
That
close.
was close.
See Bowdoin trying to punish some of Tufts' aggression on the base paths. The 2-2. Swung on, driven deep to left field. Going back is Murray, still back at the track, and he'll make the play. Returning to first base is Bowman. And a nice play by 2 of the Polar Bear outfielders to record the first 2 outs of the
just
inning.
Another great catch. That ball was hit really, really hard. Again, I think if that wind's blowing out to left, that ball is way gone. But, you know, it's just getting bat down.
Seemed like he was taking hesitant steps backwards, as he kind of expected to keep going, it seemed. But a nice play by Murray. Made the play on the run. And now ball gets passed on the pickoff move, and Bowman will advance to second. So you can see that aggression, or those attempted pickoffs, trying to come back and maybe be punished here by the Jumbos. Fleischer grounds one in the gap, and that's going to come through for a base hit. Bowman going to stop at third base, as Murray was there to make a strong throw. Single once again for Fleischer. That's his second hit of the game.
Again, just another, you know, nice contact swing. Just making like the most of, you know, kind of situation that he's in. Just putting a swing in the ball and gets rewarded.
5th time up in 6 innings for the Jumbos. They have really been able to bat around so far today.
So far, they've scored a run in every single inning. I mean, that's just good group hitting, just getting it to the next guy.
2 outs for Fleckner, as he'll try to repeat what has happened in the past 5, as you mentioned. Brendan McFall, who closed out game number 1 in the bullpen once again, getting some run.
I saw Liam Wilson walking back. It kind of looked like he might be out of this game.
Fleckner takes one inside, 1-1.
I think for sure Brendan McFall will be walking out to the mound to finish this game off.
Fleischer on first, Bowman at third. Pitch, and Fleckner will line one over and right into the glove of Liam Foley at shortstop.
3 really nice plays by this Bowdoin defense this inning.
A nice catch robs another run and takes another opportunity here for the Jumbos away. No runs scored in that inning as they still lead 10-6. Brendan McFall, the closer, coming out to end his 2nd straight game. That signature music is playing in the background. You know what that means. Brendan McFall on the mound, warming up for the top of the 7th. Again, this game scheduled to be 7 innings. And the Jumbos hold a 4-run lead and send their closer out, Bob, for the 2nd time in 2 games today.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the guy you go to when you got a lead and you need to close a game out. I mean, he's just a hard-throwing righty. You know, he's throwing his fastballs 90 to 92. You know, it's coming in blistering hot. You know, he pitching at Northeastern next year, pretty impressive feat. I mean, every time this guy comes out, he's just pumping that fastball right down your throat.
Just really great stuff, and he'll have a difficult part of the Bowdoin order to get through. Of course, Murray, Peckler, and Chessie, each of whom have had big hits in this series. McFall only 1 outing so far this season where he has given up an earned run. Came in, though, in that first game against Bowdoin. Struggled a little bit, gave up a couple of walks, but was able to lock things down and exit without a run being scored. Now gets a fresh slate here in the 7th. And
yeah, we'll see if this Bowdoin comeback is just a little too late.
First pitch to Murray is inside. Take a look at the scoreboard here, Bob. Of course, both teams scoring, or collecting 10 and 11 hits respectively. As that pitch is fouled into the glove of Bowman. The one difference on the scorecard, of course, is the score, 10-6 in terms of runs, but 4 Bowdoin errors to 1 Tufts error. And of course, a couple of those big runs were scored off of either walks or errors, and that's always something you got to keep in mind.
Absolutely. Walks and errors, they will come back to bite you every single time. And, I think that's the difference today was the starting pitching. Tufts starting pitcher, Pedejua, really, not many walks, not many.
Fly ball to center field. Coming on is Fleckner. He will settle under it as the ball continues to drift to that right side to make the play.
And like I was saying, the Bowdoin starting pitching just out early. Just having a tough time, attacking the hitters. I think that was the difference today.
Of course, still 2 outs left to play for Bowdoin. Peckler had a single and a run scored, as well as a walk earlier today. So lefty versus righty matchup, although McFall certainly scary against hitters from any side of the plate.
Yeah, and definitely one thing to note, it's like most of the hits that we've seen today are all to the right side of the field.
Just outside. Foul back. Peckler had that big 3-run home run. Again, in a very similar situation to where we are right now, cutting the deficit by a pretty significant margin back there on just yesterday. 1-2 count with one away. McFall deals. Swung on and missed. In the dirt. Bowman will fire to first, and there's now one more out for the Jumbos to record.
McFall just looks dominant right now. I'm thinking these Bowdoin hitters are just a little behind in the fastball.
And that breaking pitch down low, just dropping out of the box.
You know, that comes in, it looks like it's going to be a good pitch, and then it absolutely just drops right off the table, and before you know it, you're swinging over a pitch in the dirt.
Check swing, popped foul.
But I mean, this is exactly what you want McFall to do. Just come in and shut these hitters down, close out this game, get a win.
The 0-1. Chessie once again, the check swing just gets a piece of the ball. And the Polar Bears are down to their last strike. McFall looking for his second straight game finished.
I'm expecting this to be a pretty sizzling fastball coming in here.
Chessie with 2 hits, including that home run. The 1-2. Woof! Grabs him on the helmet. You could hear the echo across Gittleman Park. And that's a base runner here for the Polar Bears. They stay alive in this game.
Yeah, you could tell McFall just put a little extra on that one. He really just reared back and threw that one. Definitely trying to get it by and just, you know, just lost a little control there.
Saw a walk as well here for McFall in the last game. We'll see if he's able to close things out against McNamara. Just outside. That strike zone seems to have shrunken up a little bit in these last couple of innings.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of a tight zone the whole game.
McNamara with an RBI single his last time up. Ground ball up the middle. Fleischer just able to get there. A beautiful play to end the inning and to end the game. Ozzie Fleischer robs another hit from the Polar Bears.
Fantastic
and the
play.
Jumbos will complete the sweep at Gittleman. They win their 10th consecutive game and remain undefeated at Gittleman Park. And we'll take this game 10-6 final.
Just absolutely impressive win. If that's what you do, you're going to win ball games.
A great game once again. Great set of games. All competitive, I should say. The Polar Bears did only, they lost one game by 3, lost another by 1, and this one falling just by 4.
Yeah, I think these are pretty evenly matched teams, to be honest. I think today just the pitching was just a little bit better for Tufts than it was for Bowdoin. I mean, like you said, pretty similar hits. I thought the bats were there on both sides. You know what? I think I'm really excited for the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if these are two teams that play each other, somewhere down the line. So should be interesting to see how that matchup plays out later in this season.
Yeah, Bowdoin, of course, went to the NESCAC playoffs last year, lost to Amherst in 2 games, hoping for a better run this time around, and played 3 competitive games against a tough Jumbo squad that remains undefeated as they will complete the sweep. Still have yet to lose a game at this newly minted park.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an awesome field. This is one of the nicest fields I think I've really ever seen. Definitely one of the nicer fields in Division III baseball. And, you can tell these guys are just so appreciative to be playing on this field. They want it so bad every time they come out here. This team's fired up. They're hot right now. And I have a hard time seeing them losing games on this field if this is the way they're going to play every time they play on this field.
Now 6-0 in conference play. The Jumbos will be right back here at Gittleman on Tuesday to face off against Johnson and Wales. And right back after that, Babson is their next opponent. Under the light at Gittleman, Should be fun and some non-conference action, and then after that, it's off to Trinity and Colby to wrap up the NESCAC season. Bob, Jakes, thank you very much for coming on alongside me. It was a lot of fun. Hope you had a good time, your first game on the mic, and we hope to have you back.
It's been a pleasure.
On behalf of everybody here, our entire crew at JumboCast, we'd like to thank you very much for tuning in. I've been Andrew Howe, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
If you're watching from home, waiting for the Senior Day celebrations, we're just waiting on the Tufts baseball team to get that set up, and we'll cover it for you here on JumboCast. Stay tuned.
2019. And these 14 seniors have been a huge part of that success. Now, let's meet the seniors. First, team manager and director of athletics, Brill. From New York City, Brill is an anthropology major and is supported by his parents, Barbara and Angie Brill, and sister Alexandra. Plans to work on alongside positions in New York City and experience for pending medical school. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Brill. Next is number 11, Connor Bowman. Attention from Mosley, Massachusetts. Bowman is escorted by parents Jen and Tom Bowman. Is a biology major with a focus in pre-med studies. Plans to prepare for the future in the medical field after Tufts. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Bowman. Next, number 24, Gavin Brown. A picture of the greatest in Florida. Brown is joined today by parents Jerry and Rick Brown with a chemical engineering major with a minor in economics. Future plans include attending graduate school at Tufts next year in Innovation and Management Master's Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Brown. Next up, number 38, Connor Davidson. An fielder from Northeastern Massachusetts. Davidson is escorted by dad Brian, mother Christine, and sister Cassie. He's a computer science major and plans on finding a job as a software engineer after graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Davidson. Next up, number 25, Matt Donato. A picture from Walpole, Massachusetts. Donato is an economics major with an entrepreneurship minor. He's joined today by parents Don Dugan and Paula Donato along with brother Cole. He's a place to start a career at Dell Camps. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Donato. Next up, number 27, Jackson Duffy. An outfielder from Braintree, Massachusetts. Duffy is joined by his mother, Rachel Duffy, and his sister Megan. Biopsychology major with a minor in child development. Duffy aspires to play next season and go on to grad school to become an occupational therapist. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Duffy. Next up, number 8, Jimmy Evans. An outfielder from Norwalk, Connecticut. Duffy is escorted by Jim and Elaine Evans as well as sister Ashley. He's an economics major with a double minor in finance and entrepreneurship. Plans to play summer baseball at the Cape Cod League and will attend Duke University to continue his baseball career while getting his master's at the Fuqua School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Evans. Connor Flavin. Next up, number 21, Connor Kinney. A picture from Rancho Santa Fe, California. Kinney is joined by parents Patrick and Shannon, a computer science major. Plans to pursue a career in software engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Connor Kinney. Next, we have number 17, Cameron Mayer. Mayer is a pitcher from Syosset, New York, economics major with a minor in finance. He was trained by coach Doug and Robin along with his sister Samantha. Mayer plans to continue playing baseball while pursuing a master's degree in business analytics and project management at UConn next year. Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Mayer. Next up, number 13, Brendan McFall. McFall is a pitcher from Bowdoin, New York. He's joined today by his parents, Melissa Patrick, and sister Lindsay, and his brother Ryan. He's a psychology major and plans to pursue a master's degree in sports leadership while playing baseball next year at Northeastern University. Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan McFall. Next up, number 14, Jack Schwartz. Schwartz from Bowdoin, Massachusetts, is joined today by his mother Janet and sisters Isabel and Natalie. Schwartz is an economics major with a minor in entrepreneurship. Schwartz is undecided on his career. Ladies and gentlemen, number 14, Jack Schwartz. Number 5, Clay Sowell. Sowell, a catcher from Kingwood, Texas, is joined today by his parents, Brad and Michelle Sowell. Sowell's a biology major, and his future plans include going fishing. My advice to you, Clay, make sure to set the hook. Ladies and gentlemen, Clay Sowell. Our last senior to be honored here this afternoon, number 19, Aiden Tucker. A pitcher from Oriel, New Jersey. Tucker is an economics major while minoring in finance. He's joined today by his parents, Neil and Mary Ellen. He's still finalizing post-collegiate plans. Ladies and gentlemen, number 19, Aiden Tucker. Fans, the Tufts baseball team would like to say thank you to these 14 seniors for everything during their time at Tufts. Wish all the best in their future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for the Tufts 2023 Jumbos.
Definitely.